Hello, hello. How's everyone doing tonight? So it's... I don't know. I don't ever understand why the light doesn't always seem to be the same, even though I've changed nothing. Alright. So we're going to be doing some Phoenix Wright tonight. Go ahead and get those going. Okay. Cool. The music in this game is pretty great. Why has it got such heavy borders on it? I'll need to mess around with my settings for this some later time, because I don't remember how I was avoiding that. How did I get into this mess? Why? Why did I do that? That girl. You shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's gonna be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Five years earlier, Mia Fey, second trial. April 11th, 9:40 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Phew, it's finally time. I'm kind of nervous. Ahem. Oh, Mr. Grossberg, good morning. Ah, Mia. Please, calm yourself down. You're gonna get yourself arrested for suspicious behavior, you know. What are you talking about? I am relaxed, Mr. Grossberg. Look at me. I'm relaxed. Let go of my lapels. You obviously haven't got the temperament to be a lawyer. I'm so sorry. It's just, I'm so nervous today. Oh, that's right. This is your first time in the big leagues, isn't it? Well, never you fear, my dear. I, Marvin Grossberg, am at your service.
Actually, this is my second time in court.
Still, you surprise me. What with your earnest request last night? Let me handle this case, you suddenly said, and quite forcefully, too.
I just found out yesterday about the case, I mean.
What? And you've already learned all the relevant facts?
Well, about that, you see, I mean, of course I have, I think.
Oh dear. In any case, don't let our client see you so nervous. You see the poor young man in the pink sweater over there? That's our client.
Good morning there, everybody. Good morning. Try to keep smiling, Mia.
I just want to say, I'll give it all I've got. Yep, it'll be fine. No problem.
Oh, what's wrong? Do you have a cold or something, Mr. Wright?
Actually, it's Wright, like the Flying Brothers. People screw it up all the time. And yes, I have a cold. That's what this mask is for. My doc says this way I won't give it to anyone else. Be kind to others, he says.
Right, Mr. Wright, you have nothing to fear in court today. If you are truly innocent, I promise I will save you.
Please let go of my shirt.
That's right. He's the one on trial, not you. He's the one who should be nervous. You need to stay strong for your client, Mia. My name is Mia Fey. I'm still pretty new at this lawyer thing. The first time I appeared in court was a year ago. But that trial traumatized me so badly, I thought I'd never set foot in another courtroom. It's been 1 year since then, and, well, here I am again. But this time I'm going to win. For my client, and for myself.
April 11th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 2. Court is now in session for the trial of Phoenix Wright.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense today is Miss Mia Fey, was it?
Yes, Your Honor. Is there a problem?
I was under the impression that Marvin Grossberg was to be leading the defense.
Yes, well, you see, Mr. Grossberg had a bit of an emergency.
Emergency? But isn't that him standing right there next to you?
Yes, well...
You're just a rookie. Are you sure you can really handle this?
Don't let him scare you, Mia. Give him your toughest look. Of course, Your Honor. I think...
Well, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please.
Well. I can't believe a veteran like me has to spend his time babysitting a new defense lawyer. Don't worry, little girl. It'll all be over soon.
What was that all about? Was he trying to trash talk me?
Now then, I'd like to proceed with a summary of events on the day in question. The incident occurred on the campus of Ivy University. The murder victim was a student named Doug Swallow. He was a fourth-year student studying pharmacology.
It sounds like he was a very bright young man.
Yes, well, next we have a photo taken at the scene of the crime. Students discovered the scene shortly after the murder. They found the victim's body. And the defendant, who had obviously bungled his getaway. They then called the police.
That certainly makes the defendant look very suspicious indeed. Very well. The court accepts this photo into the record as evidence.
Crime took place behind an IVU building.
By the way, I can't quite tell the cause of death from this photo.
Your reputation for sagacity is well earned, Your Honor. The truth is, the victim died a rather unusual death.
An unusual death?
What do you mean, Mr. Payne?
Well, perhaps the defense would like to take this question.
Huh?
A simple question. I thought it might loosen you up a bit. I am a genteel man, if you will.
A what? Stand up to him, Mia. Show him what you're made of.
Ah, perfect opportunity. Well, what was it? The cause? Go on. Please say you know at least this much.
I'm so sorry. I didn't get a chance to read through the whole file.
My hemorrhoids are beginning to act up. Now see here. The details of the case are filed under the court record. But you knew that already, didn't you?
Ah, the court record. I think I can see that by pressing the R button.
Cause of death was a fatal electric shock. All of the weapons we need can be found in the court record. Take a good hard look at the data there, and think carefully before you answer, my dear.
Yes, sir. I'll do just that. I've got to stay calm. I can't let that prosecutor get the better of me. The court record. Okay, let's take a look. I just press the R button here.
Now then, would the attorney for the defense please answer the question? What was the cause of death?
According to the court record, it was fatal electric shock. In other words, electrocution.
Electrocution? But how could such a thing happen? Did the murderer use some type of new super powerful stun gun, perhaps?
The answer to that will become crystal clear as this trial proceeds, Your Honor. But before that, there's one more vital issue.
What's that?
Why, motive, of course. Apparently, there was some bad blood between the victim and the defendant.
Bad blood?
What do you mean?
Oopsie, I'm terribly sorry. You're the defense attorney, so you must know all about it. I shouldn't be stealing your spotlight like this.
I don't really like this guy's smug attitude.
That's Winston Payne for you. He's one smooth operator, if you catch my drift. I don't call him the rookie killer for nothing, you know. I call him the speed bump. Now then, let's hear from the defense. What was the source of bad blood between the victim and the defendant? And this time, I would like to see some supporting evidence.
Evidence?
No need to get all worked up over this. As I said, all our weapons can be found in the court record. Find the evidence you need and shove it into old Graybeard's face.
Yes, sir. Into old Graybeard's face.
Mr. Grossberg, try to set a better example for the young lady. Yeah, evidence isn't the only thing in the court record. People's profiles are as well. You can toggle between the profiles and evidence with the R button. Be sure to go over it all. Now then, let's see what you've got. What was the cause of bad blood between Phoenix Wright and the victim?
The reason for the bad blood between the two of them was this woman here.
Dahlia Hawthorne, is it?
Very good, Miss Fay. You seem to have picked up on at least this much. This woman is the girlfriend of the defendant, Phoenix Wright. But up until about 8 months ago, she was with the victim, Mr. Swallow. Clearly, she had some part to play in this story.
Ah, he's done it again. Before the cross-examination starts, he's already got the judge thinking like he wants. Very well. Mr. Payne, please call your first witness.
If it pleases the court, the prosecution would like to call Mr. Phoenix Wright.
What? The defendant himself? Well, Miss Fay.
It's fine. After all, Mr. Wright is innocent, right? The defense has no objections.
Very well. The court calls Mr. Phoenix Wright to the witness stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Yes. My name is Phoenix Wright. My job is, well, right now I guess I'm a suspect.
No. He means what you did before you were arrested.
Oh. I was a university student.
Mr. Wright, you understand that you are suspected in the death of your...
But I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you. I'm telling you, I was...
Whew.
Would the defendant please refrain from passing on his cold to the rest of us?
It seems the witness has something he wants to say.
Well then, Mr. Wright, please tell us about your relationship to the victim.
Right away, Your Honor. I admit I was there, but I'm not the killer. All I did was find his body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe.
I see. So you hardly knew the victim?
Right, like I said, I'm not a killer. Looks like the judge understands.
You're being so naive, you know? Too naive.
Huh?
It seems that you've forgotten one small thing, young lady.
And that would be?
This witness still has to undergo something called cross-examination.
Cross-examination?
He's right.
He's right. And it's the defense's duty to carry out the cross-examination. The purpose is to determine if the witness's testimony contains any contradictions.
Contradictions?
If a witness is lying, their statements will conflict with the court record.
But Mr. Wright is my client.
Even if he's your client, in court all lies must be struck down. As a lawyer, it's your duty, you see.
What does he mean by that? Is he saying that the testimony just now, that there was a lie? A contradiction?
Now then, your cross-examination, if you please, Miss Fay.
Please, Mr. Wright, tell me you haven't been lying. You wouldn't do that to me, would you? When you say there, you mean the place where the victim was murdered? Yeah, sort of. The place where something happened anyway.
Something? You can't hide what happened. We have photographic evidence.
Anyway, Mr. Wright, what were you doing at the scene of the crime? I thought you said you didn't know the victim, Mr. Swallow. It was just a coincidence. We bumped into each other by accident.
Coincidence, huh?
You say you found the body? So who called the police? huh?
Unfortunately, it was some other students that notified the police.
Other students?
That's correct. They were witnesses. Witnesses who saw the defendant standing there next to the body in shock.
What? Is this true, Mr. Wright?
Could you stop sneezing every time you're in a bind?
Well, it's true that I was pretty shocked when I found the body. But I...
So you didn't know his face or even his name, right?
Right. Well, no, that is, I mean...
So which is it? Did you know him or not?
Now, see here. You can't avoid answering questions by sneezing all day. Well, I guess I did know his name.
News to me? Why didn't he tell me that before?
I heard he used to date Dolly. Who is this Dolly person?
Ah, yes, that would be the defendant's lover, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
What is his obsession with calling people lovers?
I think the dude was more shocked than you, Phoenix.
Oh, I see. Young love. So bittersweet.
But that's all I knew about him.
Mr. Wright, you stated the following in your testimony.
I hardly knew the guy to begin with.
That's right. I mean, why would I even...
But that doesn't sound right. If you hardly knew him, then why would you say that he was a stuck-up British wannabe? Well, Mr. Wright?
Ah, no, it wasn't me. I'm not the killer, I swear. Mr. Wright, I will give you an opportunity to revise your testimony. How is it that you knew the victim was, as you put it, a British wannabe?
Yes, well... He was always walking around with a huge Union Jack on the back of his shirt. Did you see it at the crime scene? Did you see it at the crime scene? The Union Jack, I mean?
Yes, that's right. I saw it at the crime scene. That's why I figured he must love British stuff. See? It's true. Cross my heart. I swear I didn't do it.
He's acting fishier than the salmon I ate last night.
May I ask you something, Miss Fay?
Yes, Your Honor? What is it now?
Who is this person, anyway? This Union Jack fellow?
The Union Jack is the name of the United Kingdom's flag.
Oh, I see. So you mean like the Stars and Stripes, right?
As usual, Your Honor, your insight astounds me.
Hey, something just occurred to me. Isn't there something strange about this just now?
Mia, there's a contradiction here.
Mr. Grossberg.
Quickly now, show that boy you mean business with evidence, I mean.
Okay, Mia, check the court record carefully.
Well, my dear, do you think you can manage on your own from this point?
1 year ago, I was in a courtroom just like this. I can do it. I can handle this myself.
You mustn't try to bite off more than you can chew, Mia.
I'll be fine. I know what I have to do.
Remember, you can always press him to get more information. Oh, and one more thing. When you're going to state a contradiction, make sure you present some definitive proof.
Okay, Mia, one more time, from the very beginning of his testimony.
Are you certain you saw the Union Jack? Yeah, I'm sure. It was right there on his back.
Miss Fay, is there some point to this line of questioning?
Your Honor, please take take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, there's absolutely nothing on the victim's back. Hey, wait a minute. He was wearing a leather jacket. The Union Jack was on the back of the t-shirt he was wearing. I was under the impression you accidentally came across the body. But if that was really the case, then you wouldn't know that, would you? You'd have no idea what the witness was wearing underneath that jacket. Mr. Wright, you've been lying to me. Please forgive me.
Mia, you've made our client cry.
Let him. That P on his chest doesn't stand for Phoenix anyway. I can't believe I trusted him. Mr. Wright was all wrong.
That was an impressive bit of cross-examination. Thank you for uncovering the defendant's lies for me. It's quite clear that this man did not simply stumble upon the scene of the crime.
Uh-oh. Did I go too far?
By the way, Mr. Wright, you seem to have a rather bad cold. Have you taken any medicine for it?
Yeah, I took some, but...
Was the medicine that you took an over-the-counter brand called Cold Killer X?
Yeah, that's right. It kills colds good. Hey, wait a second. How did you know I'm a big fan of Cold Killer X?
Would you happen to believe that, happen to have that medicine with you right now?
Well, actually, I seem to have lost it somewhere. He lost it? Does this even have anything to do with the case? Oh.
Mr. Wright, shall I tell you where your cold medicine is right now?
Huh?
Your Honor, I'd like you to take another look at, another photo from the crime scene.
What's this? In the victim's hand, it's Cold Killer X.
Yes, but even I've got a bottle of Cold Killer X in my apartment.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that argument won't work. There's no doubt as to who this bottle of Cold Killer X belongs to. Especially since Mr. Wright's fingerprints are all over it.
What?
Sensing his murderous intent, Mr. Swallow must have picked up the bottle of medicine, dropped by Mr. Wright, and hid it in his hand. His purpose in doing so can only have been to identify his killer as Phoenix Wright.
Order in the court.
Your Honor, I'd like to present this photo and bottle as evidence.
Very well. The court will accept them into the record.
Watch stop the time of death.
Also, the victim's wristwatch was broken.
Broken?
Yes, it ceased functioning when a large wave of electricity passed through it. Well, Mr. Wright, you do have some kind of do you have some kind of explanation for all this?
This is really bad.
Oh, my buttocks. My poor hemorrhoids.
God damn it, Grossberg. Mossberg? Grossberg. The truth is, I went because he called me. He was in the pharmacology department, so I agreed to meet at the building at 2:45 behind that building. We talked for a bit, then around 3, we split up. Then later, when I went back, I found him lying there. I'd been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days, but I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident.
Mr. Wright, that's completely different from the testimony you gave previously.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was afraid you wouldn't believe the truth.
You'll forgive me if I say I hardly find your current testimony any more credible.
Miss Fay, please begin your cross-examination.
Oh, please, Mr. Wright, don't tell any more lies. Had you ever met the victim before then? No, never. But that day he called me up and told me he wanted to talk about Dolly.
And this Dolly person is...
It's kind of embarrassing. She's my, sweetheart.
Oh. What? What was that for, Mia?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just feel like something's slapping something all of a sudden.
Dahlia Hawthorne was also the lover of the murder victim, Doug Swallow. Before she met Mr. Wright, that is.
I can rely, Mia.
So it was one of those nasty love triangles, I see.
He was in the pharmacology department.
Yeah.
Was it Mr. Swallow who indicated you should meet at 2:45? Yeah, and we were both there right on time.
You said that the victim was in the pharmacology department, correct?
Yeah, he was studying how to manufacture and improve pharmaceuticals. Everyone called him the alchemist of IVU.
An alchemist, I see.
I gotta admit, it was a little suspicious. He had a whole laboratory and everything. It was filled with chemicals and strange machines that run on high voltage electricity.
Oh, how fascinating. He sounds like he was quite an ambitious young man.
What do I do? Maybe I should ask him for more details? So you are absolutely certain that you met at 2:45?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. That's the time class ends.
But they're always doing experiments, so it doesn't matter much. Experiments? Oh, excuse me. Yeah, those pharmacology guys are always in the lab whipping up something. Well, it looks like he's right about the time anyway.
Witness, let's get on with your testimony.
Talked for a bit. So, what was it you were talking about? You know, that maybe we should hang out again sometime. Hang out again sometime? I wish that were true. So you say you went back? Yeah, that's when I found the body. Yes, but why did you go back in the first place? Weren't you angry with him? Well, that's right, I was. Then why, Mr. Wright? Why did you go back there? I thought maybe we could make up. Judging by the atmosphere, I'm pretty sure no one's buying this. It's rather unusual to catch a cold this time of year, isn't it? Yeah, I always get a little careless when the weather starts to warm up. I guess I shouldn't sleep with the window open this early in spring, huh? I suppose common sense is not always common. So, did anyone else know that you were taking cold medicine? Well, I always took one after meals, so I'm pretty sure all my friends knew about it. On the day of the incident, what did you do for lunch? Huh? What does that have to do with anything? You can never be too sure. I always eat with Dolly. Just the two of us. Dolly's homemade lunches are just the greatest. Her mini omelets are magically delicious. Ouch! Why did you punch me in the jaw? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like hurting someone all of a sudden. Well, Mia. I don't know. I can't seem to find any contradictions. Boy isn't exactly what I'd call a natural-born liar, you know. But still, we can't have him continue to spout nonsense. I know, but what can I do? I'm certain he must still be hiding something. Information. Right now, it's information. We need more than anything else. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the pharmacology department. Well, okay, sure. I don't know much, all that much, though. A little bit earlier in your testimony, you said something interesting. You said the department uses strange machines that run on high-voltage electricity. That's right, and they sure look dangerous. They use non-standard voltages, so there are high-voltage cables everywhere. High-voltage cables? Yeah, there were electrical poles set up all around the building. The high-voltage cables run overhead around the roof. Finally, I think we're getting somewhere.
I think that's enough for now. So the defendant and the victim met at approximately the time of his death, and then the defendant returned to the scene for some unknown reason.
I'm not entirely convinced by his explanation about the medicine bottle either.
Let me be frank here, Mr. Wright. Your testimony cannot be trusted.
What do you mean?
I knew it was too much work for a little girl.
However, there is one mystery that still remains.
There is, Your Honor.
How the murder was carried out, of course. Just how was the victim electrocuted? I don't believe the murder weapon has been produced yet, correct?
Well, that is, You are correct, Your Honor.
So how exactly was Mr. Swallow killed? If I could somehow establish how it was done, maybe I could still come out of this mess smelling like a rose. Your Honor?
Yes, Miss Fay.
I believe that if we were to piece everything together we've heard up until now, we should be able to solve the mystery of how Mr. Swallow died.
That would be most impressive.
Quite the brash statement coming from a rookie. But even a beginner like you must understand the basic rule of the court, yes? An attorney must be able to substantiate their arguments with evidence.
Of course, I know that. Actually, I had totally forgotten about that.
Now then, Miss Fay, let me see what you've got. Show me how you believe the victim was electrocuted.
As for the cause of death, I'd say this picture captures it quite well.
What? But there's nothing that even resembles a murder weapon here. I'm afraid the defense is going to have to explain this in a bit more detail. Miss Faye, where exactly in the photo is the murder weapon?
Well, naturally, it's right around here, I think.
Miss Faye, I'm deeply disappointed in you.
God damn it. Whoops, I accidentally skipped Payne.
To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed too, Mia.
Well, naturally, it's right here.
That's, what is that?
A severed electrical cable, I believe, Your Honor. Remember the testimony we've heard. The machines the pharmacology student use in their experiments require high voltage. And because of that, there are special high voltage cables strung up everywhere.
So then the high voltage cable.
Yes, the high voltage cable is the cause of death. That is the most likely explanation.
That certainly sounds plausible. Well, Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this?
Well, I believe some praise is in order.
Don't toy with me, old man.
Now, the victim's cause of death may indeed have been a high-voltage cable. However, I want you to think about what that really implies. The only one who had the opportunity to use the cable as a murder weapon was the defendant.
That much is certainly true.
Yes, and that's not all. We have proof. Irrefutable proof that will establish that Mr. Wright was the murderer.
You do? Well, what is it?
His fingerprints.
Fingerprints? You mean the defendant's prints were on something besides the medicine bottle?
Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, the victim is wearing a leather jacket. And as you may know, leather holds fingerprints quite well.
You mean?
Yes, it was clearly imprinted on the chest area of the victim's jacket. The palm print of the defendant's very own hand.
What?
I can only think of one way Mr. Wright could have left the print like that. Intent on murder, he squarely pushed the victim towards the severed electrical cable.
Order. That's enough. I think we can conclude that there is no reason to continue with this cross-examination.
Stick a fork in us, we're done.
Mr. Grossberg.
My hemorrhoids never lie. This show is over, Mia. I knew that boy was guilty the first time I saw him.
No, you're wrong. Mr. Wright is innocent.
No further evidence is required to convince me of this man's guilt.
Your Honor.
At this time, I am prepared to render a verdict on in this case. Do you have something further to add, Miss Faye?
Is this what you want, Mr. Wright? You still haven't told us the truth, the whole truth. If you don't say something now, the judge is going to hand down his verdict. But I can't. I just can't say it. If I told you what really happened, then I'd be... It's okay, Mr. Wright. I'm your attorney. You can trust me. Miss Faye. No matter what it is you have to say, I believe in you, and I'll represent you to the very end.
We've already established the defendant's guilt. There's no further need for him to say anything.
Wait a minute. Mr. Wright. I'll tell you. I'll tell you what really happened.
But I've already told you, Mr. Wright, there's no need for further.
I did it. I admit it, I pushed him. Girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, you're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that. What you just said, was that the truth? Yes, I was afraid that if I told the truth, everyone would think I was the murderer for sure. Well, as things currently stand, we're all absolutely convinced you are. But please give me one more chance to explain. This time I swear I'll tell the whole truth. It'll be okay. I won't it, Miss Faye? I believe in you. Thank you. I still can't believe it. He really did push the victim.
It feels like my hemorrhoids are doing the Harlem Shake.
Huh. Well, that just dated this game a little bit. That guy, he was talking bad about Dolly. I lost my temper and gave him a shove. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A little while after I left, I started to get worried. So I went back, but he was just lying there, dead.
Well, the explanation is really quite simple. When you pushed him, Mr. Swallow flew back and touched the electrical cable. He died from the shock. And that, as they say, is that.
A simple explanation indeed.
At the time of the incident, a light rain had been falling. Wet from the rain, the victim was more easily electrocuted.
But when I pushed him, there weren't any electrical cables nearby. If there had been something like that, even I would have noticed it. It's true. Even a doofus like him couldn't have missed that. Miss Faye, let me warn you right now, if your cross-examination doesn't yield any new facts, I intend to deliver my verdict without further delay. Are we clear on that? Yes, Your Honor. Don't give up, Mia. If he is innocent, there must be some kind of evidence somewhere that will prove it. So what kind of things did Mr. Swallow say to you? He said all sorts of terrible things about Dolly. He said that she was a bad girl. Is that all? Yep. Well, Miss Faye, you heard him yourself. Oh boy, you're not doing yourself any favors here, Mr. Wright. Please don't make this harder for me than it already is. Anyway, after you said that, I just... Can you tell me about what happened in a little more detail? That guy, he just said what he wanted to say to me. And then he put on the jacket he was holding and started to leave. That's when I lost my temper and flew into a furious frenzy. I just gave him a light, gentle shove to the chest. And when you did that, there was no severed cable anywhere to be seen?
Right, there's nothing like that at all. But is it possible that you merely overlooked it?
Well,
I guess it's possible.
what are you doing? Don't let that guy steamroll over you like cheap asphalt.
I believe what's important here is the moment the push occurred. Let's continue on with the testimony witness.
A loud noise? And what would you say that loud noise was, Mr. Wright?
I'm not sure, but it was really loud. It was like, snap. You know, come to think of it, I wonder what that was. Clearly, Your Honor, it was the sound of the victim being electrocuted.
You're not qualified to decide that. What should I do? I'm treading on some dangerous ground here.
More details.
Mr. Wright, that loud noise you heard may be extremely important. Try to remember what it was.
How do I put it? It was like a sharp crack. Could it have been...
Yes, could it have been... Hurry up and tell us.
When I pushed him, he dropped the umbrella he was holding. He fell right on top of it, and it broke. That was probably the noise I heard.
An umbrella, huh? And did that umbrella belong to the victim?
Yeah, it was a plastic umbrella, cheap and frail, kind of like the owner. Then again, I wish I had any kind of umbrella. I was totally soaked to the bone.
Miss Faye, what do you think? Is there something important in that testimony just now?
Well, this is it, Mia. The new information that you've been waiting for. Of course it's important. No, this cheap umbrella is more than important. It's vital. I want to officially have it entered into the testimony.
How perfectly fitting. Flimsy information for a flimsy lawyer.
The court agrees to the defense's request. Witness, please add the bit about the cheap umbrella to your testimony.
So, Mr. Swallow fell on top of his umbrella? And you are certain of this?
Yeah, it was right there under him. Actually, if it hadn't been under him, I was planning on borrowing it for myself.
The umbrella, you mean?
Well, yeah. See, I was wearing this sweater here. Dolly stayed up late for nights at a time knitting it for me. I didn't want the rain to dampen the handmade symbol of her love. Oh, my stomach is not to be used as your personal soccer ball, Mia.
I'm so sorry.
Continue with your testimony, witness.
A little while after I left.
After you shoved the victim, did you leave the scene right away?
Yes, I did. I admit it. I was furious. You left without even checking on Mr. Swallow's condition? Well, yeah, but like I said, I got worried about him later.
At that time, did you see anyone else at the scene of the crime?
Nope. Nobody.
Jeez, could that stupid cough sound any possibly sound any phonier?
In that case, it's very hard to believe someone else could have been the murderer.
Unless we can find something that shows his innocence from that testimony, my dear. I'm afraid the judge will make his final decision with no remorse whatsoever.
Yes, sir. Right, now I need more info. Info that will help me turn up some contradictions. Okay, I believe we use the crime scene photo on this because it shows him not on top of the umbrella. Why didn't you testify about the umbrella from the very beginning? Come on, if I'd mentioned that, I would have been able to counter the prosecution's arguments earlier.
What do you mean by that?
Take another look at the crime scene photo. According to Mr. Wright, the victim fell on top of his umbrella. However, if you look closely, the umbrella is nowhere near the victim. Actually, it's by the electrical pole.
You're absolutely right.
The conclusion here is obvious. After the defendant left, the victim moved from where he fell. In other words, he was pushed by the defendant. After he was pushed by the defendant, Mr. Swallow was still alive.
Oh.
Order, order, order. The victim. He moved. Mr. Payne, the umbrella in this photo. Where is it now?
Well, it was collected by the police at the crime scene.
I want it presented as evidence immediately.
Umbrella added to the court record.
But the umbrella could have simply been blown there by the wind.
According to the testimony, the victim fell on top of the umbrella. There's simply no way it could have been blown there by the wind.
I know this is a matter of I know this matter of the umbrella seems relatively trivial, but as long as the smallest doubt remains, I cannot render final judgment.
No!
I must say, I still find it hard to believe that a huge hole has been blown in the prosecution's case by the defendant's testimony.
Well done, Mia.
Mr. Payne, what are you chuckling about?
Pardon me, Your Honor. I was expecting it's too much of a free ride. I was foolish to think that I could establish his guilt through the cross-examination alone.
I'm afraid I don't follow what you're saying.
Let me guess, you have another witness.
Exactly. And this witness's testimony will be incontrovertible.
Well, who is this witness?
Miss Dahlia Hawthorne?
Dahlia Hawthorne? You don't mean Dolly?
I do, Your Honor. The defendant's very own lover is a witness to the whole thing. That's right. She was at the scene of the crime when the murder took place.
What?
I'm sorry to break the bad news to you, my dear.
Bad news? You couldn't be more wrong. Actually, I've been waiting for this.
You can't be serious. Mia, what do you mean by that?
I think this is a good point for us to stop. Court will now enter a 20-minute recess. Afterwards, we will listen to the testimony of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Miss Faye, I'm sorry about what happened back there. It's all right. At least you told us the truth in the end, Mr. Wright. Yeah, so I guess I can start to relax then, huh?
Relax, my boy. You can't be serious after hiding such important facts.
But the next witness is my Dolly, right? She'll save me. I know that she will. Why do you think that? Huh? What do you mean? She's the love of my life, that's why. The love of your life, huh? Would you mind telling me more about you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne? Sure, no problem. Dahlia and I, we first met about 8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse. Actually, I'm studying to be a lawyer on the side. Anyway, one day she and I just bumped into each other and in the reading room downstairs. That's why I really think it was fate that brought us together. As soon as I first set eyes on her, I knew she was the one for me. Oh, here, take a closer look at this. She gave this to me the day we met as a symbol of our love. She'd been wearing it around her neck that day, but then she took it off. But before she gave it to me, she said, "I want you to carry this."
So she gave it to you as a present. I see.
This darling little bottle is filled with with memories of my darling little Dolly. It certainly is a little bottle, all right. It makes me so happy. I show it to everyone I meet. I want to share my happiness with the whole world. Anyway, so after that, you and Miss Hawthorne started dating? Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back then.
What a strange girl, asking for a present back like that.
By the way, Mr. Wright, the day you first met Dahlia Hawthorne, 8 months ago, it wouldn't happen to have been August 27th, would it? Huh? Yeah, it was, but how did you... This happened on August 27th, right here in this courthouse. What's this? A newspaper paper clipping? Let's see. Murder in the courthouse. Murder?
What are you reading there? Let me see that. Oh, I see. Mia, I think I understand why what you're trying to say. And I think I understand why you suddenly took such a keen interest in this case. You believe there is some connection between these two cases, am I correct?
I hope you don't mind, Mr. Grossberg. I need to finish this myself.
Ah, yes. But I'm afraid you will not be enough, my dear. I'm afraid what you have will not be enough, my dear. I'll go and have a look in the downstairs reading room and see what else I can find.
Thank you.
I want to do whatever I can to be of help to you, Mia. Well, looks like the recess is about over. We'd better all get moving.
I guess so. That recess sure seemed longer than 20 minutes, though. Yay, saving. April 11th, 12:13 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 2. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Payne, please call your witness.
This next person is someone who witnessed the crime as it happened. The prosecution calls Dahlia Hawthorne to the stand.
What's with this stiff silence?
In my long career as a judge, I have been deceived by many witnesses. It is my job to doubt, to take no one at their word. But in your case, I must admit that you radiate a glow of complete sincerity.
I can't believe he actually said that.
Oh, Alan, witness, if you could please state your full name.
Don't worry, sweetie. There's no need to be nervous.
If anyone says anything rude, you can be sure I'll cut them right down to size.
And I'll bash them with my gavel.
I love how they look straight at me when they say that. Thank you for calming my nerves. You're all so nice. I almost feel right at home.
Not at all.
It was nothing.
If we may move on now, what is your full name and occupation? My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a junior in literature at Ivy University. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine.
No, the honor is all mine.
Well, we know whose milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
Jeez, they're really heavy on the pop culture references.
Straight crossover, and the cat just bats and eats all the butterflies. Sir?
Is there something I can help you with?
You just go on and say whatever's on your mind.
I'm sure there must be some kind of mistake. Feeny wouldn't kill anyone. I just know it.
Yes. I can see why you'd say that.
She's gonna be a tough witness, alright? It only took her 12 seconds to wrap them all around her little finger.
Feeny wouldn't, but Pearl might. Pearl would cut a bitch. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Let's hear about what you witnessed on the day of the incident, if you please.
I had been planning on going back to Feeny's place after class was over. Feeny and Dougie, they were talking behind the building. Then, suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed. That's when Feeny noticed I was there. I went to go and find some other students, and they called the authorities.
I don't know what to say. According to you, Miss Hawthorne, the defendant didn't do anything wrong.
Young lady, as old as I am, even I recall how hot the flames of young passion can burn. Nevertheless, it is my job to discover the truth. Please, tell us the truth.
But, I would never. That's more than enough, witness. I won't allow this to continue.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Please, let me proceed with my cross-examination, Your Honor. I, for one, don't plan to win my case on a bunch of paper-thin lies. You haven't changed a bit, Miss, Mia Fey?
What's this? So you two are acquainted?
Yes, we've met before. Once.
In any case, Miss Fey, the floor is all yours.
It's good to see you again, Madam Fey. Madam? I'm no one's grandma yet, girlie. Now, unless I'm mistaken, Mr. Wright is in the art department. If that's the case, what were you doing by the pharmacology building? Well, I'm in the literature department. I'm studying Japanese Senryu poetry.
Oh, how wonderful. It's that humorous yet satirical style of haiku, yes?
Nothing left to do. When a man reaches his age, sleep is his best friend. That's supposed to be poetry? Sounds more like a midlife crisis. For me to get to the art department, I have to walk through that back area.
Ah, yes, I see. That makes sense. When I want to enter the courthouse, I always walk through the front doors.
How else would you enter? Teleportation? So, who is this Dougie person? Oh, I'm sorry. Doug Swallow. We were dating until about 8 months ago. So, what were Dougie, Mr. Swallow and Mr. Wright talking about anyway?
We are making small people cry.
How can you be so mean? I would never eavesdrop. I wasn't raised to be so rude and unrefined.
That's right, Miss Faye.
Don't drag the witness down to your level.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do? Oh, wait. Why am I being demonized here? You're supposed to make everyone cry, no discriminating. Yes.
Please go on. What did you see next?
Are you saying that the victim just collapsed on his own? Yes. In other words, the defendant never touched the victim. Is that right? I was watching the whole time. Feeney never did a thing to Ducky. If I press her for no reason, I just know the judge will get angry with me. So what should I do about her testimony just now?
No,
I suppose her statement works in our favor for now. I'll hold off on looking into it any deeper until it's necessary.
Very well. Young lady, please go on with your testimony.
And what did Mr. Wright say when he saw you? I'm sorry. I was so flustered that I don't really remember. Please forgive me. You don't remember?
Well, that's common enough. Sometimes I can't recall a sentence I passed only minutes prior.
Please, someone, anyone, stop him before he gets hurt by me. When you say students, do you mean students from the pharmacology department? Yes, they're all very fond of their drugs. Please try to stay on topic. So to find some pharmacology students, you went into the labs, correct? That's what I was planning to do, but in the end, I wound up not going. A group of about 10 research students came running out of the building entrance. Somehow they all seemed to know what was going on. The students knew what was going on. But how could the students have known what was going on? Well, I don't know for sure that they knew what happened. It's just they all seemed kind of excited about something. Doesn't look like I'm getting anywhere with any more info about the students.
So, did the students call the police?
Yes, I was just so panicked.
Yes. Well, anyone would have been, my dear.
That girl, she's telling a super obvious lie, and she knows it. She's just pretending to protect Mr. Wright. Yes, that's got to be it. Way to go, man. Okay, that means I'm going to have to dig deep to find the contradiction on this one. Feeble lies are not very becoming, Miss Hawthorne. So let's drop them, shall we? What? I would never.
Miss Faye, I will not allow you to badger this witness. I believe the defense is engaged in a fishing expedition. That is, she has no supporting.
God, that's an intense stare.
Please don't glare at me like that. I'm just doing my job.
Now then, Miss Hawthorne. The defendant's palm print was found on Mr. Swallow's leather jacket. It has already been shown that Mr. Wright did, in fact, push the victim.
What?
There's no need to try and cover for the defendant. It would be much better if you came out and told us the whole truth.
There's nothing to worry about, young lady. Just tell us everything that you saw.
Yes, Your Honor, I will. If you don't mind, I'd like to revise my testimony. Looks like we're finally getting somewhere. You didn't see it?
Well, I saw the moment when Dougie fell to the ground. And at that time, were there only the two of them at the scene? The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and the victim, Doug Swallow?
Yes, that's right. So then, what did it look like they were doing to you?
I thought they were having a nice, friendly afternoon conversation.
Oh, give me a break.
That's why I really wasn't watching them at all that closely.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all?
No, nothing at all, Mr. Judge.
Oh, I like the sound of that. Mr. Judge. Now then, please proceed with the rest of your testimony.
You say you didn't hear anything unusual. Is that correct?
Yes, that's why I was very relaxed, looking at the scenery around me.
That's nice, but I find that just a little odd. I have here the testimony of your boyfriend, Mr. Phoenix Wright. He clearly testified to the effect that when he pushed the victim, he heard a sharp, loud noise.
He said that?
If you were really that close to the two of them, why didn't you hear the noise as well?
Well, maybe the noise just wasn't all that memorable.
But according to Mr. Wright's testimony, there was a sharp noise like a snap. There's no way a noise like that could fail to make an impression. have a moment to answer?
But by all means.
I know the reason why I didn't hear the noise. You see, the truth is, I had my headphones on and was listening to music at the time.
Headphones? You mean that both of your ears were covered?
The rain was just beginning to let up, but it seemed as though Thor wasn't ready for his fun to come to an end yet. So the sky continued to flash and rumble. Thunder and lightning, huh? Yes, I'm afraid of the sound of thunder, so I put my headphones on to block it out.
Well, Your Honor, as you can see, there weren't any contradictions in her testimony after all.
Wait a sec. Mia, that testimony just now. She said something that could totally change this whole case. Your Honor, there's a problem with the witness's testimony.
What do you mean?
Didn't you notice? She said there was lightning, correct?
Yes. What about it?
Well, lightning is actually a large discharge of electricity in the atmosphere, am I right?
Now is not the time for a science lesson, Miss Faye.
Yes, Your Honor. Anyway, since the cause of death was electrocution, isn't it possible that the victim died from being hit by a bolt of lightning?
I must admit the thought had not occurred to me.
Just what kind of thoughts do occur to this guy anyway? Thanks for the alert, Demon. Can we get a shout out for Demon? This entire case is built on the premise that Mr. Doug Swallow was murdered.
Kill me, you little bitch!
That
But that very premise itself is mistaken. The defense believes that Mr. Swallow was in fact the victim of a stray bolt.
it appears the defense may be onto something. Could it be that the death was actually accidental?
Alright, you did it, Mia. I'll be taking that not guilty now if you don't.
I'm hurt that you have such a low opinion of me, Miss Faye.
Huh?
I'm not a fool, you know. The prosecution has done its research, Your Honor. We found that there were no lightning strikes on that day at that location.
What?
What's more, we have evidence that the electrical cable is definitely linked to this case.
Evidence? Mr. Payne. Well, what is this evidence?
This affidavit.
And who is this affidavit from?
The pharmacology students who were conducting experiments in their lab that day. Allow me to read out the court testimony of the pharmacology students. All equipment in the labs lost power all of a sudden at around 3 p.m. that day.
Was it a blackout?
All of the lab's equipment runs on high voltage, Your Honor.
So you're saying the equipment lost power because...
Precisely. They lost power because of the severed electrical cable. The power outage occurred at approximately 3 p.m.
Which hits the time of death listed in the autopsy report.
Exactly. In other words, the victim died as a result of touching the severed electrical cable. According to the students, the cables were very old. They were planning on having them replaced in the near future.
I see.
Apparently, the cables had become so brittle that even the smallest bump would have caused them to break.
However, there is one thing that troubles me. If the cable could have been broken by any small bump, then it wouldn't have snapped if it hadn't been bumped into, correct?
Well, I suppose you could say that.
Miss Faye, do you have any thoughts regarding the cause of the severed cable?
Your Honor? I don't like how this is looking one bit. I have to come up with something to try and regain some momentum. If it pleases the court, the defense would like to state its opinion.
Well then, let's hear it. Who or what was it that caused the cable to break?
This is it. This is why the cable snapped.
Well, Your Honor?
I believe that the only thing that has snapped is the mind of the defense.
Ah, that was one of your best lines yet, Your Honor.
Ouch, that was harsh. Please, Your Honor, give me one more chance.
Well then, let's hear it. Who or what was it that caused the cable to break?
Your Honor, please think back to Mr. Wright's testimony.
The defendant's testimony. He
said that after he pushed the victim, he heard a loud, sharp noise. Now, this happened around 3 p.m., correct?
Yes, that sounds right. Wait, are you saying that?
The lab equipment lost power at 2:55, which fits right in Mr. Wright's timeline. In other words, it was Mr. Wright's shove that caused the power outage.
Yes, the prosecution also came to that same conclusion. And it was that very shove that caused Mr. Swallow to be electrocuted.
I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, Mr. Payne.
What's that supposed to mean?
Take a good look at where the victim landed after being shoved. See the umbrella is by the electrical pole. That's right, the victim banged into that pole as a result of being pushed. That was the impact that caused the cable to break.
Well, that makes sense. And then the victim was electrocuted.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. No, that doesn't make sense at all. If the victim was shoved into the far pole, he couldn't have been shocked by the severed cable in the foreground here. In other words, someone other than my client must have electrocuted the victim.
Order. Order in the court.
Ah, the lamentations of my enemy. How long I've wanted to hear them.
It's true. The defense is absolutely correct. There doesn't seem to be any way the defendant could have.
Mr. Judge, sir, may I say something? The Madam Attorney's explanation, she said some things that are a little different than I remember them.
What?
What the? Please, just once more. May I please testify one last time? Please, Mr. Judge?
Of course is all right. Just go ahead and give your new testimony.
This is it. She's finally starting to show her true colors.
I think I need to take a quick break. Get some water. So, I will be... Every time Dahlia talks, I want to slap something. No wonder Mia's gotten so violent. I'll be right back.
This one.
You turn that down this instant.
No.
What? What? Do not stand at my grave and I am not there. I did not die.
No! There we go. Like, I know the solution is just hard to execute, and I'm okay with that. I'm surprised you weren't able to get down there with that amazing portal technology. It's pretty strange how those portal guns work. I mean, it combines the top scientific processes of our time. Portal guns contain a flux quantum generator which propels energy blasts, with energy values of 4.23 gigawatts with an average speed of approximately 25 meters per second. The speed is most optimal because it allows the energy to be conserved while still maintaining a speed that is appropriate. The external plastic casing of the portal gun is constructed of a high polymer fireproof carbon fiber. This prevents the intense energy of the portal gun from burning the hands of the user. This intense energy causes intense heat. Oh, by the way, if you want an achievement, click here. I've heard that scientists still do not know what happens if two portals are placed on top of one another. The last time that was attempted, well, I'm sure you heard about that on the...
Hey boss, found you. Good. Hermes, at your service. Pleasure. You are the talk of Olympus. Normally I wouldn't get mixed up, but for you, I'll be making an exception. Now come on, we've both got places to be.
He actually speaks really fast. But it doesn't sound rushed.
Out of trouble.
Ooh.
Oh, hello, Mr. Spider.
Alright, you got some evidence. Oh, wait.
Okay, I think. Yes! Oh, god damn it.
Please continue your testimony. Okay. I was riding alongside my partner in the armored van, but suddenly she spotted a bag on the side of the road.
We were supposed to be taking a break from Phoenix Wright. God damn it.
We didn't know there was someone hiding in there. Objection! So, the defendant crawled into that bag in order to break into the bank. Is that correct? Is it not obvious? Is it
And Joe Dark ran into my knife. He ran into my knife 17 times. He had it coming. Damon Gant, the killer was you. Okay. I am feeling better. There we go. So, we're just about to start testimony.
The truth is, Feeney pushed him twice. The first time was into the electrical pole. That's when the cable broke. Then Doug tried his best to run away from him, but Feeney caught up and crashed into him from behind. The cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted, it all occurred in less than a minute.
So, after being shoved, the victim got up and tried to run away.
And that's when the defendant pushed him for the second time.
I'm so sorry, Feeney, but I just have to tell the truth. Am I doing the right thing? Am I, Mr. Judge?
Of course you are, my dear. As painful as it may seem, you are. Now then, Miss Fay, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Miss Hawthorne, previously in your testimony you said the following. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. I know, I'm sorry. I wanted to protect Feeney. So that's why you basically lied in court? I was a bad girl. I know. Mr. Judge?
Yes?
Would you please forgive little old me? Of course he won't. This is what you call perjury.
Oh, come now. Well, it was just a little old white lie. We'll forget it this time, but please be more careful from now on, alright?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Judge.
Not at all.
The judge had better be more careful himself. A dark alley is friendlier than that girl. You're saying you actually saw the victim get pushed into the electrical pole? I know he doesn't look it, but Feeney can be a bit of an imp when he wants to be. Oh, really? But I never imagined that he would cause an electrical cable to break. Feeney is really scary when he gets mad.
Yes, he sounds like a very dangerous individual indeed.
So let me get this straight. You were happily listening to your music on your headphones while you watched the scene unfold?
Miss Fay, I'll have you stop badgering the witness.
I wasn't happy. I was so scared that I couldn't even move. All I could do was stand there and cheer them on. Cheer them on? What do you mean by that? Well, I wish the best for them both, and that they would each give the fight their all.
That's very sweet of you to be so supportive.
And what happened after that?
That doesn't sound quite right. There were hound prints on the chest of the victim's leather jacket. Mr. Payne, were there also prints found on the back of his leather jacket?
No, there weren't.
Madam Fay, I suggest that you listen a little more carefully. I said he crashed into him from behind, right? My Feeney wouldn't leave any prints in that case, would he? Did you actually witness the moment the victim was electrocuted? I'm sorry, I didn't actually see it. I turned my eyes away.
That's understandable.
Yes, indeed. It would have been a horrific sight for anyone to behold.
If I don't find the contradiction out there, it's all over. She didn't have much time to come up with her lie, so this is my best chance. There must be a hole in her testimony somewhere. Think, Mia.
The fact that it happened in less than a minute is a lie. But I'm not sure which piece of evidence to present to prove it. Because we have
power cable went out at 2:55. And he died at, it looks like 3:05, so it's actually 10 minutes apart. That's enough, witness. I'm afraid I don't understand. You will in a minute. Could you please take a look at this picture? Oh, that's medicine. That's the one Payne likes to take for his colds. It's not the medicine I want you to look at. It's the wristwatch. It stopped at the precise time the victim was electrocuted. In other words, 3:05 p.m.
Yes, and your point is, Miss Faye?
My point is this. What time was it when the lab suffered that power outage due to the cable snapping?
Well, according to the student's testimony, the answer is clear. It was 2:55. Ah!
Would you care to explain to the court, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne, what exactly happened during this 10-minute interval? The defense proposes that it was during this interval that the real murderer killed Mr. Doug Swallow.
Order.
This is nonsense. The real murderer.
Even you can't deny that the bit of time between the cable breaking and the electrocution are completely unaccounted for.
Then who was it? Who else are you saying could have done it?
There's only one person who could have murdered Mr. Swallow. Only after my client had left the scene, there was a window of opportunity for the real killer.
Miss Faye, is the defense ready to indict someone as this real killer?
It's finally time. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Yes, Your Honor, we are ready.
Very well, but remember, if you accuse the wrong person, you will be penalized. Think very carefully before you speak, Miss Faye. Now then, Miss Faye, let's have it. Who is the real killer?
It could have only been you, Dahlia Hawthorne.
What? How can you? That offense is grasping at straws.
10 minutes passed between the time the cable broke and the time of the electrocution. What exactly were you doing that whole time, Miss Hawthorne? Were you really listening to music while cheering them both on as they fought? I find it hard to believe you didn't lift a finger to stop the men dearest to you.
Order. Order. Miss Faye. What? I mean, why?
Miss Hawthorne, I believe you did witness the two men fighting on the day. However, after Mr. Wright pushed the victim and subsequently left the scene, it was you who pushed Mr. Swallow to his death by your very own hands.
Yes, cry for us. Huh. How can you say something so mean, Madame Faye?
I didn't do anything.
Miss Faye, this is a very serious... How are you?
Your Honor, please, I have something I want to say.
What is it?
Please strike everything the defense said just now from the court record. What the? Are you daft? You're totally wrong, Miss Faye. Dolly, she couldn't do something like that.
Mr. Wright, get back in your seat. Bailiff, grab that man.
Choo. Leave my Dolly alone.
That boy, he's gotten himself in way over his head.
Oh, Mr. Grossberg, you're back.
It seems I've arrived just in the nick of time. I found the police report on that incident in your newspaper clipping.
Police report added to the court record. Thank you so much. This is exactly what I was hoping for.
You'd better take a good look at it. It details how you came to lose your boyfriend.
Now then, the defense has made a very serious accusation. Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this?
Well, really, Your Honor, I
May I interrupt you for just a moment, Mr. Prosecutor?
Don't you worry, my dear. I have this situation well in hand.
How's it going, Serotonin? How does the judge keep his job all these years? He's the only danger to hell He's only a danger to hair gel sales. It was George Washington. Oh, Dahlia. I think they spill it out a little bit later. Lots and lots of pity.
That is, go right ahead.
Madam Faye, are you seriously accusing me of killing my sweet Dougie? Yes, I am. Not only am I saying you murdered Doug Swallow, but you also tried to pin the whole thing on your current lover, Phoenix Wright.
This was the last case you played, so you wouldn't know what happens after. Guess you'll find out.
Yay. I told you that you should let me handle this. Sorry. Please go ahead.
How can you say that? I'm absolutely devoted to my dear Feeny. The notion that I would try to frame him is ludicrous. This is all just too much for poor little me to bear.
I believe this girl is trying to ask what on earth her motive would be.
The answer to that lies somewhere in this police report. It must.
Courthouse cafeteria, Diego Armando, age 28. Suspect, Dahlia Hawthorne, age 19. Armando ingested poison while interviewing the suspect regarding another case. Traces of poison were found in the victim's coffee cup. No poison was found in the vicinity or on the suspect's person. It is unclear how the poison entered the victim's coffee cup.
"8 months ago, an incident occurred in the basement cafeteria of this building. And then, that same day, two of them accidentally meet. Your Honor, the defense requests further testimony from Dahlia Hawthorne."
Further testimony? What about?
"About the events the day she first met the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright."
What could that possibly have to do with this case?
The witness claims that she had no reason to frame the defendant. Am I correct? Well, I have evidence to suggest that she in fact had a very good reason.
Glances nervously at various coffee cups strewn about living and working spaces. Yeah, be careful. Very well then. The court grants the defense's request. Young lady, would you mind staying on for just a bit longer?
Of course not, Mr. Judge. Get ready for the battle of your life, Dahlia Hawthorne.
How I Met My Feeny.
I first met my darling Feeny 8 months ago. It's like we were destined to meet in this very courthouse's basement waiting room. The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. We've been going out ever since that fateful day. We're so lovey-wovey, we literally make people sick. It's just jealousy, I think. Mr. Wright, do that again and you will be held in contempt of court. And now we enter the final act of our little drama. As we used to say in the days of my youth, go get her. I think they still say that, Grossberg. So until that time you had been dating Doug Swallow? Yes, I'm a real fool, I know. Letting my emotions change so quickly, I'm ashamed of myself. No, not at all. Look at me. I'm infamous for changing my mind. My critics have even taken to calling me Judge Fickle. Maybe you should look for a different line of work. Despite that, however, he always hands down the correct verdict. That's why some people also call him the Great Judgini. The courthouse reading room. That's a strange place to meet the love of your life. That's not true, Madam Faye. After all, Feeney was not only an art student, but he was also planning on becoming a lawyer. I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about you, Miss Hawthorne. What was a literature student like you doing in the courthouse reading room?
This line of questioning is a waste of time. It has nothing to do with our murder case.
Miss Faye, I'm warning you, if this has nothing to do with Mr. Swallow's case. I have to remember the judge is on Dahlia's side. I have to tread carefully. Mia, if the judge gets any angrier, you'll lose this whole case. I just have to hold my tongue for the time being. Now then, young lady, please go on with your testimony. Tell us about the time you first met Phoenix Wright. So what was it about Mr. Wright that made your heart malfunction like that? In my personal opinion, he looks just like a typical snotty-nosed college brat. Wow, Dahlia. Perhaps to a woman your age, but to me, Feeney is handsome. I don't... Okay, so he's 21, she's 20. I don't know how old Mia is at this point, but she's not that old. Perhaps to you, Miss Hawthorne, but to the rest of the planet, he's a dime a dozen. Mia's like 26. Yeah, so why is she calling her an old hag?
Love is a mysterious thing, and I object to this line of questioning. If you were to look at my wife, for example, you might all be shocked.
He's telling the truth. It was truly, truly shocking. Beautiful mushroom growing tall in the darkness. It comes from cow dung. 'Tis Dahlia's a dum-dum. That's the poem that best describes about how I feel about my Feeney. Did you say that he comes from shit? Those are the hallucinating mushrooms, Dahlia. Were there any bad feelings between you and Mr. Swallow? No, none at all. We parted on very good terms. But that can't be.
Our investigation also shows that it was a clean breakup.
Huh? Are you sure? That's really where they come from, but also yes, he's saying he comes from Boo.
Yes, it seems that they both wanted it that way.
So the victim wanted to break up with her? So you're saying that Mr. Swallow also wanted to break up with you?
Well, you see... What a cruel thing to ask a lovely young lady like this. By the way, I've never once considered leaving my wife.
No one cares, Mr. Payne. She didn't deny it. That must have mean Doug Swallow must have seen through her little act. He must have gotten a glimpse of her true nature.
Listen to me, Mia. That woman has a judge in the palm of her hand, you see. So the only way to discredit her is to find a contradiction in her testimony.
Your Honor, if you'll allow me some latitude, I think I can establish relevance. Please, ask her to continue on with her testimony.
Very well, young lady. I've got a simple question for you. What were you doing downstairs in the courthouse reading room?
If it pleases Your Honor, the answer is simply this. I had come to this courthouse to do some research for a paper I was writing.
That's a lie.
You were writing a paper? On what?
On the relationship between modern scenery poetry and the criminal underworld?
Oh. That sounds like a fascinating research idea.
Am I getting old? Now I've even forgotten what I've forgotten. Again with this midlife crisis stuff.
Mia, why did that girl really come to this courthouse? Isn't that what you wanted to know? And speaking of forgetting things, you haven't forgotten the police record, have you? I went through a lot of trouble to get it, my dear. So, be sure to read it carefully.
Miss Hawthorne, you were here because of your research paper, were you? Didn't you actually come here for a much more important reason?
What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of that cocky smile on your face, Miss Fay?
8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse, there was another tragedy.
I keep changing her voice up. Ugh. Another tragedy?
Do you mean the incident in which an attorney was poisoned?
The name of the suspect in the incident is listed here in this report. And that name is Dahlia Hawthorne.
What?
Dahlia Hawthorne?
Yes, the sweetie pie of everyone's eyes, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. She was the prime suspect in a criminal case just 8 months ago.
And here we go. Order. This is unbelievable. It's true that the loveliest rose can hide the sharpest thorn.
Miss Fay, that's not fair. You can't slander my witness in an unrelated case. I, Winston Payne, will not.
Mr. Prosecutor, I believe I was speaking.
Pardon me. Go right on ahead.
It's true that 8 months ago, the police expressed some interest in me.
Express some interest, huh?
Mr. Judge, sir, I know I'm under oath, so I'll tell you the absolute truth. I did not commit the crime that occurred during the incident 8 months ago.
I see.
Okay, I've tied the two crimes together. Now I've just got to stay on the offensive.
Well done, Mia. Oh, you've really lit a fire in my heart and my buttocks. I can hardly tell which is more inflamed, my spirit or my hemorrhoids.
God damn it, Grossberg. Please stop talking about those.
The poisoning.
I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day. I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened. From what I heard, it was a liquid poison that is lethal in just 2 teaspoons. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison. So you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that.
So that's what happened here 8 months ago.
However, as you've heard from the witness's testimony, she had nothing to do with it. I think the defense is just about out of tricks.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Payne, but I'm afraid the defense has many more tricks up its sleeves today. And I'll be sure to show them to you before the end of this cross-examination.
What the? Why does the defense suddenly feel stronger? Mia, you're glowing with a true lawyer's aura, my dear. That proud posture and self-confidence, absolutely smashing.
What were you talking about with the defense attorney?
Well, I'm sorry, but that's confidential.
According to the report, you are being interviewed regarding another case.
The lawyer that was killed. He said he wanted to talk about an incident I was caught up in when I was younger. Why don't you tell us what that incident was?
That has absolutely nothing at all to do with this case.
Objection sustained. The defense's question is stricken from the record.
You get involved in a lot of incidents, don't you, Miss Hawthorne?
Well, I guess I was just born under a bad sign.
Don't worry, Dolly, I'll protect you.
You heard the man. Now that is true love, young lady.
Oh, Feeny, please.
Well,
Those two are really making me ill, albeit for decidedly different reasons. How long were you gone?
I've already answered all these questions for the police. But if you must know, maybe 10 or 20 minutes?
And what were you doing during that stretch of the time? Using the toilet?
What are you saying, Miss Faye? Toilet? My perfect little dolly doesn't poop.
Nick. You heard the defendant, Miss Faye. Better luck next time.
Oh, Feeny, please. The police have already looked into this whole matter. This line of questioning is nothing but a waste of the court's time.
Objection sustained. Ms. Hawthorne, please continue with your testimony.
About how much liquid is 2 teaspoons?
Well, let me see. My bottle of eye drop says half fluid ounce, which means it is equal to 3 teaspoons.
So it's about 2/3 of that amount, huh?
The poison was found in Mr. Lawyer's mug of coffee. It must have been after I left the table. Someone must have quietly slipped it in there.
A special kind of poison? How so?
Well, I heard that it's impossible to detect.
Oh, and where would something like that come from?
I'm sorry, all I know is what I overheard the policeman saying. They have something about using advanced chemical processes to purify it.
Chemical processes? Well, that's quite impressive. Most impressive.
The better question is, how did the criminal get something like that? And that's the reason they didn't arrest you? Because no one could show how you gotten the poison?
I think it's good enough reason, Madam Faye. She's right, and I think we've had enough of Miss Faye's questions. So, in essence, the main reason Miss Hawthorne was never arrested for this crime was because no one could show how she could have obtained the poison.
Then all we have to do is find a way to establish how she could have gotten some, right? Great. Now, how did a lit student get a hold of a poison of all things? You wouldn't know how to get that kind of poison. I don't believe you. What? In fact, you had easy access to that kind of poison, didn't you? At your boyfriend's lab.
But boyfriend? You mean the victim, Doug Swallow?
That's right. Up until 8 months ago, Miss Hawthorne was dating Mr. Swallow. And if you'll recall, Mr. Swallow was a pharmacology student at Ivy University.
Pharmacology?
His laboratory contained highly advanced chemistry equipment. In fact, without such equipment, the culprit could never have obtained such a rare and special poison. Well, Miss Hawthorne, it seems you had access to such a poison after all. And then it was a matter of slipping it into the victim's coffee when he wasn't looking. The only person who could have done that was the one sitting at this very table. You. No!
Order. Could it be?
That's... May I say something, Madam Faye? What is it, Miss Hawthorne? The amount of poison in the coffee was 2 teaspoons, correct? In order to carry that much liquid, you would need some kind of container.
Well, yes, that's true.
I was searched immediately after the incident took place.
Quite true. In fact, the entire courthouse was turned upside down.
But they didn't find a suspicious container anywhere, did they? She's right. They even mentioned that in the report. Well, you could have easily gotten rid of something that small. Excuse me, madam, but this is a court of law. If you're saying that I threw the poison container away, I think you'll need to show some kind of proof. Proof? She's got me good with that.
Provide some evidence, or I'll have to disallow this line of questioning, Miss Faye.
Unless we can come up with some evidence, we're going to lose this lead.
The police conducted a full body search of Dahlia and the entire courthouse, and yet the container holding the poison disappeared right after the crime occurred.
If you're going to accuse the young lady of committing murder, then where is the container the poison was carried in? What happened to it?
You were forced to get rid of the container in a hurry, weren't you? And that's why you passed it on to someone who had nothing to do with the case. Someone that you knew wouldn't be searched.
Who is this person?
Mr. Phoenix Wright, of course.
So the defense was this witness's accomplice?
Of course not. She gave the poison to him disguised as a present. What? But that's...
That's a charming little necklace. Is this a little bottle? It's really quite cute. So what about it? What does it mean, Miss Faye?
The day that witness met and fell for Mr. Phoenix Wright was 8 months ago. August 27th, the very same day as the poisoning incident. Under the pretense of love, the witness gave my client a present. For the purpose of hiding the evidence, one piece of evidence that would give her away.
What? Are you saying that there's a deadly poison in here?
No, there's no longer any poison in that bottle. However, I'm certain if the crime lab were to analyze it, they would find a trace amount.
Oh, order in the court.
On behalf of Dahlia, I object.
Mr. Wright, control yourself.
I won't let you bully her like this.
Mr. Wright, I thought I told you to stay in your seat.
Mr. Wright, why? Why are you going through so much trouble to protect her?
Why?
Because I'm madly in love with her. Madly in love. I haven't heard anyone say that in a long time.
Mr. Wright, have you ever thought about this? Why exactly would a woman like Dahlia Hawthorne want to date you anyway?
Well, I guess she must be madly in love with me too.
Mr. Wright, please open your eyes. At this point in the trial, I think it should be obvious to everyone. The real reason Dahlia Hawthorne is dating you
Is because of that necklace.
Dahlia Hawthorne was not and is not madly in love with you. The only thing she's after is that bottle necklace you love to wear around your neck.
My necklace?
Back there in the waiting room, you said it yourself.
Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now. What a strange girl asking for a present back like that.
For Dahlia Hawthorne, that necklace is irrefutable evidence of her crime. That's why she absolutely has to get it back.
You're lying.
But you never gave it back to her. And to make things worse for her, you insisted on showing it to everyone you meet. That's why she...
I don't believe you. No, but that's a lie. And he cried. Mia, are you right? The defendant, he's getting away. Bailiff, hurry. Mia, are you all right?
Yes, I think so.
That boy, he went completely insane.
Where is Mr. Wright?
It looks like the bailiff caught him, so he should be back soon enough.
Thank goodness. Oh no.
What is it?
The bottle necklace, Miss Hawthorne's present. It's gone.
What? That's terrible.
Mr. Wright must have grabbed it when he slammed into me.
Foolish boy, that's the only thing that could have saved him. That boy ain't right. What in blazes are we supposed to do now? Mr. Wright, this sort of behavior is unprecedented in the history of this court. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that your apology is not enough.
Mr. Wright, what did you do with the bottle necklace?
Forgive me. I'm sorry.
It's okay, just give back the necklace.
I ate it.
You what?
You ate it? It was too big to swallow, so I had to chew it into little bits first, but yeah. Ugh. Ah!
What?
What? What is he doing now?
Your Honor, you've got to stop the trial. Mr. Wright, are you feeling okay? Does your stomach hurt? That bottle you swallowed may have had some poison left in it.
It seems the defendant has proven the prosecution's case for us. Clearly, that bottle did not contain a deadly poison.
How can you be so sure?
I think that's obvious. As you can see, the defendant is still very much alive. As for the poison, more like a fledgling defense attorney's overactive imagination. So it would seem.
No, there must be some mistake.
The bottle must not have had any poison left in it. Either that, or the poison must have lost its potency.
There, it's all right, rookie. I trust your client is the most noble, thing trusting your client is the most noble thing a defense attorney can do.
Phoenix, you sweet, stupid boy. Has a constitution score of 22? Yeah. Oh, we'll actually see even more evidence to that later.
And it's heartwarming to see that you've placed this much faith in Mr. Wright. But that's how it is for us on the prosecution side, too. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life.
And you would end up with poison.
Which is why I can state that your assessment of her is completely wrong.
That's enough. Unfortunately, Miss Fay, I cannot accept your explanation of the events.
But why?
This may be impossible for a beginner like you to understand, but in a court of law, evidence is everything.
Even after I proved so much, is she going to get away with everything?
Well, now that the suspicion surrounding Miss Hawthorne has been cleared up, I would like to proceed with the trial. Yes, Phoenix?
Mr. Wright?
I'm sorry, Miss Fay. It totally slipped my mind. I'm really, really sorry. I know you believed in me, and I feel like I really let you down.
Mr. Wright, what are you trying to say?
There's something I forgot to tell you. What is it? That day, the day I met Doug Swallow. That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore.
Hey, it's none of your business.
I'm telling you for your own sake, if you continue to see her, it's gonna be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Last night, someone stole some poison from our lab. Poison? The same thing happened 8 months ago. A drug sample was stolen. She came to the lab that time, too. It could have only been her. That girl is a thief. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that. Oh, it's a 22 now. It goes up to a 25 by the end of the second game, given all those whippings he survived. A lot of experience for surviving that kind of an encounter.
Is it true? Did he really say that? That's ridiculous.
There's one more thing. After I pushed him that day, I got worried and I came back to have a look. And she was there. Dolly was right there. She was crouched down next to me.
What?
She told me not to ever tell anyone about it, but I'm sorry, Dolly.
Your Honor, the defendant is...
Miss Fay, you tell him. Dolly didn't do it. She's innocent. So Dahlia stole the poison 8 months ago, too, huh? If you put that together with Mr. Wright's testimony, then there's only one possible conclusion. The defense believes that Miss Dahlia Hawthorne stole some poison on the night before she killed Doug Swallow. The night before?
Naturally, her motive for stealing it was to kill someone.
Miss Fay. If you're so certain of your theory, then let me ask you this. Mia, this is your last chance. Think carefully now. There's something that she desperately wanted to get... shit, I was in the wrong voice.
There's something that she wanted desperately to get back. Therefore...
Who exactly was Miss Dahlia planning on planning to kill? Phoenix.
There's one person that was standing squarely in Miss Dahlia Hawthorne's way. And that person was Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Me?
That's preposterous. After all, it was Doug Swallow that was murdered.
Well, it's true that's how things worked out. I recognize that the defendant has made a decision, but given that it's a stupid-ass decision, I've elected to ignore it. But let's remember that Mr. Swallow died of electrocution, not poison. The person that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison was, in fact, you, Phoenix Wright. There's no one else it could be. But how can that be? I thought Mr. Wright and Miss Hawthorne were in love.
No, they weren't. He was, she wasn't.
Poor Mr. Wright, this must be killing him. Hang in there. I'll bring her to justice, I swear. As I said before, the only thing Miss Hawthorne truly cared about was the one piece of evidence linking her to that incident 8 months ago. That's right, the bottle necklace. It's all she had cared about.
But even so, why? Why would she go so far as to murder him?
8 months ago, just after the fall of that attorney in the basement cafeteria, Dahlia Hawthorne could think of only one thing. How to get rid of the bottle necklace as quickly as possible. No, it can't be. It was a pretty good move she made too. The evidence was missing for a long time. But there was just one big problem. Although she got him to hide the evidence, Mr. Wright refused to return it to her. To him, the little bottle was a cherished treasure. He even showed it to me when we met. Showed it to everyone he met.
You mean that's why she tried to kill him? Tried to kill Mr. Wright?
Correct, Your Honor. It was to retrieve that piece of evidence. That can't be true. Feeny, what a joke you are. Honestly, I don't... how can any woman ever count on you for anything? I even told you time and time again to keep your trap shut about me and that necklace. You disgust me.
Miss Hawthorne?
It appears that we're nearing the end of this trial. Fine, I can tell you plan on making me into a criminal no matter what I say. You are a criminal, Miss Hawthorne. We'll see about that, but first, where's your evidence? It seems your sniveling little crybaby of a client has eaten the bottle as a snack. Hey, old man, are you senile or something? Why don't you say something instead of sitting there with that dumb look on your face?
Miss Hawthorne, what's happened to you?
Somebody get Pearl for her shanking knife. Are you really that shocked? Or do you prefer me this way, Mr. Judge?
Judge.
With absolutely no proof, you treat a voluntary witness like she's a mass murderer. Well, I have nothing more to say. I'll be heading home now, if you don't mind.
But we're not finished.
Fine. Then ask this nasty old hag to finish up already. I can't let her get away this time.
Stop, Mia. If you keep on pushing without any evidence, you could pay the ultimate price as a lawyer.
The ultimate price?
You'd be forced to take your attorney's badge off forever, I'm afraid.
No. You'd better think it over carefully, Miss Fay. Or should I say, Miss Gray?
Well, Miss Fay, can you provide evidence that would establish her guilt once and for all?
If I mess up here, my career as a lawyer is over. But to be honest, at this point, I don't have any evidence as well-founded. Even so, I'd rather lose my attorney's badge than let her get away with murder.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would like to present. The defense would like to present proof.
Impossible. You can't possibly.
Stupid woman.
It is the opinion of the court that there has already been enough discussion. Therefore, I will only allow one piece of evidence to be presented.
Just one?
If you are unable to establish her guilt, then I'm afraid that a very harsh verdict will immediately be handed down on Mr. Wright.
I understand, Your Honor. I can just imagine the headlines for tomorrow's paper. Up-and-coming lawyer plummets to earth before she gets the chance to soar. She was planning to poison Mr. Wright. If that's the case, then the poison was probably in there.
Well then, Ms. Fay, please present your evidence. Show the court irrefutable proof that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison Mr. Wright.
Here it is, Your Honor. The evidence that will prove her guilt once and for all.
Cold Killer X. Phoenix Wright's beloved cold medicine.
Does our rookie defense attorney have a bit of a cold?
If I did, I still wouldn't take this cold medicine. After all, it's been poisoned.
What?
Remember the defense said that in his. Remember what the defendant said in his testimony.
But I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime the day of the accident. I always eat with Dolly, just the two of us.
She was the one who took his bottle of Cold Killer X. Then, she poisoned it, knowing Mr. Wright was going to take some.
Now you're really grasping at straws. After all, it was the victim Doug Swallow that was holding the medicine.
I would like the court to recall the crime that happened here 8 months ago. Where did Miss Hawthorne hide the evidence?
What are you talking about?
8 months ago, the poison was hidden in her bottle necklace, which she then gave to someone else for safekeeping. Someone she had accidentally run into in the reading room. My client, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yes, that's right. She did the same thing this time as well. After shoving the victim, Mr. Phoenix Wright left the scene of the crime. That is when the murderer, Dahlia Hawthorne, appeared. With her, she was carrying the poisoned bottle of Cold Killer X. This, of course, was so she could carry out her plan to murder Mr. Wright.
I believe she did testify that she was going to meet with the defendant.
Yes, and she heard that and saw everything that happened at the scene of the crime, including what the defendant and the victim were arguing about, and the cut electrical cable. That's when she realized, I can't allow Doug Swallow to live. She used the severed electrical cable to silence him forever. Unfortunately for her, this is when the problem occurred. Mr. Wright, who she thought had left the scene, came back to check on the victim. And on top of that, because of the power outage, some students showed up as well. It's hardly any wonder that she was, as she put it, in a state of panic. Recall that she was carrying the bottle of poisoned cold medicine. She must have thought, what if they searched me like they did 8 months ago?
8 months ago?
Yes, she disposed of the evidence the same way she did back then. She had someone else hold it. In this case, Doug Swallow. Oh, come now, everyone, surely you aren't fooled, are you? This stupid woman, she's nothing but a filthy, stinking liar. Right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Huh?
Yes,
That's exactly right. It's just pure desperation.
I wonder which one of us is the desperate one. So, Miss Hawthorne, this cold medicine, I wonder if you wouldn't mind taking some. Well, Mr. Wright ate the necklace of yours, right? Now it's your turn to prove your innocence. What do you say? If I'm just a filthy, sinking liar, then there's no reason to worry. So come on, show us. I dare you to take some of this medicine right now. Mia Fey. Do you think you've won? Well, do you, Mia Fey?
They're pills, Salix.
That's just fine. For the time being, victory is yours. For the time being? Well, I have a very long memory, you know. You and I will meet again. I'm certain of it. Well then, Mr. Judge, I'll see you later too, okay?
Huh? Why, yes.
I'm going to spend quality time with the men in blue now. I wish you all the best. It's finally all over.
I refuse to accept this. The defense hasn't shown a scrap of evidence to support their outrageous claim.
But even so, your witness seems to have accepted it.
I don't care. I'm Winston Payne. And I don't believe one word this rookie lawyer has said.
Well then, Mr. Payne, let me ask you this.
Yes?
Would you care to try this cold medicine?
What?
Just a little earlier, I could have sworn you said...
There, it's all right, rookie. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life.
So, if she's so trustworthy, I'm sure there couldn't possibly be any poison in here, right?
Well, you see, that is...
And here comes the backpedal. Come on now, rookie killer. Show this rookie how it's done. How much trust do you really have for this woman? Are you willing to bet your life?
Mr. Payne, about Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll file the papers for her immediate arrest.
Tragic, but not surprising. I knew there was something suspicious about her from the very beginning.
Don't lie, just admit you were wrong.
By the way, Miss Fay.
Yes, Your Honor?
Was it just me, or did you and Dahlia Hawthorne seem to know each other?
Your Honor, whether we did or not has no bearing on this case.
Very well. Mr. Payne.
This can't be happening. It's like a nightmare. It's like losing to my daughter.
It appears that Mr. Payne has lost his spirit along with his hair. Does the defendant have anything further to say?
It can't be true. My dear Dolly.
Very well then. I believe I am ready to pass judgment and bring an end to this trial. The court finds the defendant, Phoenix Wright,
Not guilty.
This court is adjourned.
Mia, you were wonderful in there.
Thank you for everything, Mr. Grossberg.
During the verdict, I thought my hemorrhoids were going to explode like Mount Vesuvius.
Mr. Grossberg, do you maybe think you could stop talking about them?
Huh, that's rather rude. No, talking about them's rude, fucker. Anyway, this case really made me think. What does it really mean to have a relationship of mutual trust with the client? Perhaps that it is we veteran lawyers who have lost sight of this.
Oh, Mr. Wright, congratulations.
Thanks.
I was thinking. Go on.
The dolly I saw up there on the witness stand, I don't think that was really her.
What?
Yeah, the dolly I know could never have said those things. Those terrible things. Maybe she was like, I don't know, a fake or something? Boy, this poor kid still hasn't got a clue.
You need to forget about her, Mr. Wright, for your own sake.
Yeah, you're right. It's probably for the best.
Also, you need to relax a bit more. Try to grow up a little.
But out of all my friends, everyone says I'm the most grown up.
Eek. What kind of company does this guy keep?
Right now, I'm studying to become a lawyer myself.
That's what you keep saying. But I thought you were in the art department.
Well, yeah, I am. But there's a friend that I desperately want to help. And if I hurry, then I should still be able to save him in time.
I see.
Say, Miss Faye? A lawyer is someone who can help people when they're in trouble, right?
Mr. Wright, I'm still new at this myself, but I think that's exactly what a lawyer is.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'll study my butt off. I'll become a lawyer for sure. I hope we see each other again someday. Maybe even in court. It's been 5 years since I was acquitted of all charges. I became a lawyer like I planned, and managed to save my friend. But Mia has passed on to a better place. For me, this trial brings up a lot of painful memories. But it also brings up some very precious ones. And memories I thought would never rise to the surface again. Mia is gone now, but even so, I can hear her in my mind.
Phoenix, no matter what, always believe in your client. In a court of law, your greatest weapon is your belief.
Five long years. Something has happened that made me think back to her words of wisdom. But that is a story for another day. Turnabout Memories, the end. The time is 1 a.m. Beep, 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 beep. Detective, we made it. Whew, what a relief. Glad that you'll still...
How you said it, pal. Must have been our rock-solid security that scared him off. Would you mind opening the safe just to check?
Mask to mask. Salutations.
Out front, guards, turn on the searchlights.
Better luck next time, gentlemen. Excuse me, but I'm afraid I have to get going now. We shall meet again when the next moon is full.
Hey, Nick, get a load of this. Hey, are you listening to me? You can clean the toilet later. This is important.
What are you freaking out about now?
Today will be the last time you talk to me that way.
Huh?
We're about to hit the big time.
Big time? And what do you mean, we? You don't mean you and me are...
Ha! Don't be silly. I'm talking about me and Pearly, of course. Hello, it's a pleasure to see you again, Nick.
Pearls, you haven't changed a bit. Wait, what are you doing here anyway?
Haven't you heard, Mr. Nick? Here, take a look at this.
Is this some kind of poster? Korean Village, isn't that?
That's right. It's our hometown, Pearly and mine, that is.
What's this about treasures from the boonies?
Very funny. You can laugh all you want, but you'll be singing another tune tonight.
Tonight? What about tonight?
The Treasure of Korean exhibit doesn't actually start until next week, but the promoter sent us some special VIP entry passes. That's why I dressed up extra special today. What do you think, Nick?
Same Maya, different day. This young lady here is Maya Fey, the younger sister of Mia Fey, my friend and mentor. I first met her 2 years ago. I was working on the case surrounding Mia's death, and ever since then...
I've been the one who's keeping this law office afloat from behind the scenes.
Actually, that's just a cover for her true identity. In reality, she's a spirit medium, and a bit of a shady character.
Hey, who are you calling shady?
And this little girl is Pearl Fey. I usually call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, and a spirit medium in training herself.
I know I'm a bit young, but I want to help in any way I can, Nick.
Korean Village is the home of the mysterious Korean channeling technique. Maya here is the daughter of the Korean School of Channeling's master. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's no joke. I've seen her power with my own eyes. It's the real thing, alright?
Earth to Nick, how long are you gonna make two gorgeous women like us wait? Yes, Mr. Nick, I can't wait any longer. I want to see the exhibit.
Looks like I don't get a choice here. Might as well head on out. Lordly Taylor. The city's fanciest and most expensive department store. Treasure exhibit, huh? I must admit, I'm pretty impressed.
Wow, this is awesome.
Yeah, you can make even the cheapest junk look great. It all depends on how you display it.
Oh, they even have the old hanging scroll that was in the Payne Manor storeroom. Oh yeah, I remember scribbling on it when I was a little girl.
On a family heirloom?
Say, Nick, the person in charge of this exhibit is waiting for us in the basement warehouse.
Alright, I guess we should say hello. Piece of cloth with a ton of finely written characters jammed onto it. Probably esoteric knowledge only mediums would know. Let's see. Here's one. Here's the title in English. 108 Ways to Save Money. I'm pretty sure the number has gone up since the last time I saw it.
Well, we're always looking for new ways, you know.
Being a medium sounds like a rough way of life. I think I remember this old folding screen here. I'm pretty sure it was an important piece of evidence in that murder case that happened in Crane Village.
This folding screen is the greatest of all spirit channeling secrets. The 6-leaf Korean sacred writing folding screen.
If it's so secret, why is it the most prominent thing in the exhibit? They're just a bunch of old urns. Are these really treasures too?
Of course they are. This is a treasure exhibit, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. So all it takes to be a treasure is H? No wonder nobody likes museums.
Oh, Mr. Maya, look! I can't believe it! Ah, it's so cute! It's a little diorama of Korean Village.
Yeah, look at that. But somehow it seems to reek of dreariness.
Oh, Mr. Maya, it's your house. It even says Payne Manor on it. Yikes, you're right. I kind of want to add the famous in front of it.
Don't do it, Maya. They might get mad. What's supposed to be here? What's with this big cushion? It's just lying around with nothing on it.
Well, it must be for the greatest treasure of all.
Greatest treasure? Is there something like that?
Huh? Why, of course there is. Right, Pearly? Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll bet it would really take your breath away.
Basement warehouse. October 11th, Lordly Taylor, basement warehouse. Yep, this is a basement warehouse, alright.
This place is scary. I feel like a monster could jump out at any moment. Don't be scared, Pearly. I'll protect you.
Oh, Mr. Wright.
Eek! A monster, you were right.
Huh? A monster?
Good evening.
It's good to see you again. You? I know you.
Nice to see you again, too, little miss. Hello. Is she a friend of yours, Nick? And how do you know her, Pearly?
Nice to meet you. I'm Adrian Andrews. I'm in charge of the promotion and planning for this treasure exhibit. I'm also responsible for the security arrangements.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Adrian sure has changed since last we met. So this is the warehouse. The really valuable exhibit items are still stored away in here. It really has been a long time, hasn't it, Mr. Wright?
Nick, what's going on? Who is this woman?
Why are you freaking out on me?
What?
I just thought it'd be more dramatic if I got all worked up. That's all. Mystic Maya, you shouldn't let him off the hook so easily. Please, Maya, don't say anything that'll needle pearls further. Mr. Wright here was there for me when I really needed help. It was something that happened 7 months ago. You remember, don't you? The nickel samurai case? Not really. I was stuck in a dark wine cellar. Did that escape your memory, Nick? After that, I quit being a manager and started this job. Wow, that's tough. I'm sorry, Miss Andrews, if it wasn't for us. No, don't say that. I'm glad the whole thing happened. Thanks to you and everyone else that was involved, I was able to change my whole life. I really am grateful. Whew, that's a relief. I'm really impressed, Miss Andrews. Handling a huge exhibition like this must be very tiring. Well, Lord Lee Taylor is celebrating their 200th anniversary this year. The works on display in the main exhibition hall are worthy of the finest museums. Woohoo! Did you hear that, Pearly? The finest museums! Yes, I did. That's really wonderful. So this basement warehouse is pretty well protected, huh? Of course it is. After all, there are some priceless treasures here. The security guards are all very highly trained as well. That sounds good. So, what's with that face she's making? This computer. It looks like it's hooked up to the security camera above. And that means what? The camera is set up to take a photo of anyone that goes in or out of the storeroom. Then the data from the camera gets uploaded to this computer here. That's what. I see. That's some pretty high-tech stuff. We've seen that kind of setup before, Maya. It's a security camera. It's trained on the warehouse door. It's set up to take a picture of anyone that enters or exits the door. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, they say. Looks like a part of a big signboard, but all I can read on it is Burr. Aha! I've got it. Maybe it's supposed to say hamburger? Why would anyone write hamburger that big? Like, maybe for the World Hamburger Festival or something? I kinda doubt it. Aha! I've got it. Maybe it said spaghetti on it. Why are you talking about food? Oh, wait. No. That's normal for you. Anyway, it says burr. There's no way it could be spaghetti. Well, maybe it was a typo. Maybe it should have said Spaghetti Festival. What do you think? Okay. To me, besides spaghetti, there's only one thing more tingled than you right. Okay, to me, besides spaghetti, there's only one thing more tingled than your reasoning. Slide to the right. It says organic. No, it doesn't, Nick. It says organize. You just can't see the last two letters. Yeah, well, I guess no one else could read it either because this place is a mess. Yeah, you must feel right at home, huh? Mystic Maya, look, take a look next to the door. That's Miss Sakami, right? Yes, that's a statue of the woman who invented the Korean channeling technique, Ambi Faye. This statue is on loan from one of the training halls of the Faye branch family. In fact, it just arrived this morning. A statue of the founder of the Korean channeling technique is holding a Shichishido. What's that creepy looking thing she's holding? 7-pointed sword. Don't ask me. How should I know? Well, you are the future master, right? Maybe so, but this is the first time I've ever seen this statue. That thing is the Karain Shichishito. It's a ceremonial sword. It's not a real weapon, so the blade isn't sharp. Aw, Fooey, I wanted to cut something. What are you eyeing me for? Oh look, it's already 8. Have you all eaten yet? Well actually, I've already made a reservation at the restaurant on the 12th floor. Why don't we all dine together? Oh, I like the sound of that. Dine. It sounds so fancy. I'll have the kids' lunch. Really, it's dinner, not lunch. Why don't you go for it and really eat your fill with a kid's dinner? Okay, in that case, one kid's dinner for me. Shall we head upstairs then? After that pleasant evening, all that remained was to wait for the exhibition's opening. It was wonderful seeing Miss Andrews looking so happy. None of us could have imagined that the very next day, something terrible would happen. October 12th, 10:09 a.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. Nick, this is terrible. What the? You're cleaning the toilet again? I never knew you were such a toilet freak. Give me a break, would you? My brain just hit snooze button for the 5th time. I'm gonna turn on the TV. We've got an update on the recent treasure heist. Based on the clues found at the scene of the crime, authorities have announced they believe it was the work of renowned phantom thief, Mask the Mask. Mask the Mask? According to a spokesperson, Lord Lee Taylor received a threat letter some days ago. This is the 5th heist by this phantom thief, who only targets rare treasures. Lord Lee Taylor? Well, Nick, what are you gonna do? Don't you dare go back to scrubbing the toilet. Treasure? Lord Lee Taylor, you don't think... Yes, now get up, Nick. It was stolen by Mask the Mask, our most valuable treasure. The Korean sacred urn was stolen. What? Alright, let's see if we can find some clues that might lead us to the bad guy. But it doesn't look like anything's been disturbed. Yeah, it looks pretty much the same as it did last night. Bad guy, huh? Hey, you can't poke around here, pal. Wait a minute. That voice. Oh no, not him again. It's you, and I'm the one who should be saying not again. Why is it every time something bad happens, you always show up, pal? I should be asking you that. Aren't there any other detectives? No, I should be asking you that. What are you doing hanging around here? Hey, I asked you first. Why are you here anyway? Alright, we got it. Why don't you two kiss and make up already? Hello. It's been a long time, Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh, it's you, little missy. Actually, my name is Gumshoe. Detective Dick Gumshoe. Now's a good chance for you to remember it right. And if it's too long for you, you can just call him Dick. Okay, it's good to see you again, Mr. Detective Dick. Yeah. Good to see you again too, I guess. Mr. Dick, could you tell us about what happened? Oh, you're trying to remember my name. Atta girl. It's Gumshoe, okay? Anyway, they stole something called the Sacred Urn. about that. Oh, what? Well, the criminal's name is Mask to Mask. I know about that too. Detective, can't you tell us something other than that? Well, I guess I sort of owe you guys in a way. Crime occurred last night around 1:30 in the morning. How exactly do you know that? We got an emergency phone call from a guard at the scene of the crime, pal. He said the urn was just stolen. The scene of the crime? You mean here, right? Wrong. That urn was being kept under careful guard in the basement warehouse. Basement warehouse, huh? So who's guarding the basement warehouse? That guy. It's all his fault that thief got away, pal. He solves one case and gets a swelled head thinking that he's an ace detective. Ace detective? Hey, Detective Gumshoe, how about this Mask to Mask? Is he famous? What? You're joking, right, Nick? Mask to Mask is the hottest thing since sliced bread. Sometimes he appears as a museum guard. Sometimes he appears as a big brown bear known to surprise unsuspecting victims. But underneath those disguises is the true Mask to Mask. So he's some kind of master of disguise, huh? And he only goes after the finest works of art, pal. Last night was his 5th heist. If Lordly Taylor had only cooperated, I could have caught him this time. What? Then you knew he was planning on stealing the sacred urn? Of course I did. The guy always sends his calling card before he steals something. Calling card, huh? They mentioned that on TV. So, why do you call him an ace detective anyway? That's what he calls himself, man. I didn't make it up. So, what's he like? Well, I told you, Mask to Mask made 5 heists so far. On the 4th heist, Mr. Ace Detective managed to get the stolen treasure back. Wow, that's impressive. All by himself? Yeah, I gotta admit it, pal. Maybe he really is as good as he says. Every time the thief sends one of his calling cards, we send our men on a stakeout. But none of us has ever gotten so much as a glimpse of the guy. But Mr. Ace Detective was able to retrieve the stolen treasure from the thief. Anyway, he's at the scene of the crime right now looking for clues. So he's down at the basement warehouse, huh? So what's this calling card? Here it is, but don't show it to anyone. It's top secret, okay, pal? What's this mark on the front? That's Mask to Mask's signature emblem, pal. You could say it says Mark. All of his calling cards have got it on them. They didn't mention that on the newsflash. We're withholding that detail from the public for operational reasons. The only way we can tell if the calling card is real or not is by this emblem. Card added to the court record. That makes sense. When you get famous, there's always imitators. Mr. Nick, if you work a little harder, maybe you can have your own copycat someday. Thanks, I guess. No matter how many times we come here, this place always gives me the chills. That's probably because it's air conditioned to protect the art pieces, you know? Welcome to my private little banquet of chaos. Huh? What the heck does that mean? I'm afraid I have very little to offer, but please make yourself at home. Who are you, anyway?
Shh, silence.
Now I see, it's all becoming clear. What do you see?
Zvari, the truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. A lawyer and a spirit medium, neither very advanced at their trade. Am I wrong?
Yikes, that's scary. How did you know that?
How, you say? The universal skeptic would say that how is nothing but a question of why. I am a traveler of both time and space, and a swimmer of dreams.
What is he talking about? I can't make heads or tails of it.
Without further ado, let me fulfill what should be the first duty of any gentleman, and introduce myself. My name is Atme. Luke Atme.
Alright, we're looking at you. What's your name?
Ace Detective.
Oh,
Hi.
don't let him intimidate you, Nick. Stand up and show him what you're made of.
The name's Wright. Phoenix Wright. Ace Attorney.
I'm Maya Fey, a spirit medium. And I'm, Propane. I'm Mystic Maya's cousin and spirit medium Ace Apprentice.
Excellent. Well then, shall we begin our little game?
Game? Why does the phrase one short of a baker's dozen come to the mind with this guy?
Sir lawyer, please refrain from such crude behavior.
Huh? What do you mean?
This criminal is an artist. The crime scene is a canvas upon which he paints. Only I, Ace Detective Atme, have an eye which is educated enough to read the signs.
Could you translate that for me, Nick?
I think he pretty much said, don't touch anything, amateurs. If there's something you wish to know about, you have but to ask Atme. I know everything there is to know about my rival, Mask the Mask. What do I do now?
Does he have any top secret information? Stuff that only a real crime buff would know?
I'll think about what to ask while I listen to what Mr. Ace Detective has to say. Okay, asshole. This guy's so smug.
So are you really as famous as you say?
Of course. For a lawyer, you have a rather shocking lack of knowledge about the world. I had no idea anyone was left in the city that had not heard of me. Look at me! I am Mask the Mask's arch enemy, the Ace Detective Luke Atme. At this moment, there are two mighty figures which loom large over this grand city. One embodies the nefarious forces of darkness, the other the angelic cherubs of light.
Boy, now I'm really lost. What is he saying, Nick?
I have been personally on the heels of this villain since his first crime. After learning this criminal's patterns, I thwarted his very latest loathsome larceny. I even returned the target of his tyranny, the portrait of Magina, to the crime scene. And I did it all by myself. I took it back from mask to mask, with my brawny mind and my brilliant muscles.
Yeah, they mentioned it on the news, and the Great People Around Town segment. They said that the museum gave you an incredible jewel as a reward.
Well, compared to the treasure I retrieved for them, it's not much. So in the end, the only thing that makes you great is your own self-praise.
Oh, tell us what you know about Mask to Mask, and keep it simple, please. like about how I have devoted my life to thwarting his dastardly deeds. Last night, here in the bowels of the store, we were locked in a most glorious battle. I see. Huh? Huh? Hang on a second. You were here last night? Here? In Lordly Taylor? Naturally. Wherever Mask goes, you will find Atme laying his elegant traps. Elegant traps? More like Damask elegance to you and made a beautiful getaway. But this time I allowed him to escape with the illusion of victory. I wonder if I should ask him about what happened last night in more detail. Can you tell us, exactly what happened here last night? But of course, after all, I always say there should be no secrets between aces. Flattery will get you nowhere, Pinocchio. At first, I received a request for my services 20 days ago. It was just 10 days ago that we received Mask to Mask's calling card. Huh? Huh? You were hired before the calling card even arrived? Yes, you see, the person who hired me is quite rigorous and thorough. That's Adrian for you. A mere 10 days after hiring me, her worst premonitions were realized. A calling card arrived, right? Yes. So, ace detective that I am, I set a trap for the thief right here in the warehouse. And waited for him alone. Alone? But why? Why didn't you go to the place for help? Ridiculous. Why would I seek help from a singularly useless group of nincompoops? You've got a lot of nerve. After all, it was you that let Damask get away. I always operate alone and concealed, out of the sight of others. Concealed? Precisely. Even the guards on duty here were unaware of my presence. To fool your enemies, first you must fool your friends. It's my own original proverb. Anyway, back to what happened last night. As I was saying, I hid here in the warehouse and waited for the thief to arrive. But I swear to you, not a solitary soul came through that entrance. Nevertheless, the secret urn disappeared. But that's impossible. How could it just disappear? How? You ask. Don't be ridiculous, Sir Lawyer. If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't be here. For someone who seriously messed up his own stakeout, he's rather full of himself. So you're saying that even though no one came through those doors last night, our precious urn still somehow vanished from under your nose? That's just not possible. Mask to Mask's calling card. It's got his emblem printed on it, right? Quite impressive, but I would expect nothing less from my arch-rival. I'm surprised to see you in possession of such a top-secret piece of information. Well, we've got an ace layer, an ace spear medium, and an ace cousin apprentice here. Yes, indeed. I think I could learn to like you, my fellow ace professionals. I don't know if I really want this guy to like us, ever. Well, Sir Lawyer, I've been told that you too are pursuing the mysterious thief. Well, I'm not sure I'd say that exact. That's right. We're gonna find the secret urn no matter what we have to do. Excellent. I will trust you. I permit you to take a look around while I investigate elsewhere. If perchance you should discover something of value, return then to my office. My Office of Earthly Delights, the Atomy Detective Agency. Office of Earthly Delights? Well then, sir lawyer, if you'll excuse me, I have much to do. Wait a minute. He's gone. I don't like the idea of doing this guy's work for him. Come on, Nick. It's no... don't worry about it. It's no big deal. Let's hurry up and investigate before he changes his mind. I want to go to his office, too. Take me with you, okay? Hey, Pearly. Do you know what this is? It's a computer. Computer? Oh, I've heard of this. It has such a cute name. It looks like this computer is for storing data from the security camera. When someone comes in or out of the warehouse, the camera takes a photo of them. It's probably the trap that the detective set up. Let's see if we can find last night's data on this thing. Might even find a photo of mask to mask. Let's see here. Man, I really stink at working these things. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? You're sweating an awful lot. I don't know how to pull up the photos. I had no idea you were so pathetic with high-tech stuff, Nick. Yeah, well, I managed to print out the camera data anyway. I guess you have to learn to crawl before you can walk, right, Nick? Yeah, sure. Anyway, it looks like the camera only went off once last night. Security camera trained on the big door to the storeroom. It's set up to take photo of anyone who goes in. A security camera? Yeah, go stand in front of that door and they'll snap a photo, your photo too, Pearly. Miss Maya, do you think I should smile? Nah, it's for criminals, so I think you should make a really scary face. Like this? Uh-huh. That pathetic-looking wooden box. Ah, it's the box that had the secret urn in it. Don't touch it. There may be clues to the thief's identity on there. I worked so hard to make that box. Huh? You made that poor excuse for a box, Maya? What's that supposed to mean? That urn has always been on the stand in the Winding Way Payne Manor. There was no box suitable for it, Mr. Nick. And I was so proud of it. Poor Maya. Maybe it'd have been better if Mask to Mask had taken the box too. Wow, this is awesome. What did Miss Andrews say it was called again? Shichishido. Literally 7-branch sword in Japanese. Or so Miss Andrews says. Whoa, it's pretty heavy. One hit, 7 times the fun. Pretty catchy, huh? I bet it'd sell like hotcakes. There's something about it that's bothering me. Wow, you're really firing on all cylinders today, Pearly. The sword? Wasn't Miss Sakami holding it last night? Ah. And another thing, the sword wasn't bent last night like it is now. You're right. Awesome, Pearly. I wouldn't expect any less from my little ace apprentice. The sword is bent, so that must mean last night someone used it somehow. Aha! I just thought of something. Maybe Detective Amy smashed Mask to Mask with it. Like this. Youch! What the heck? What do you think, Pearly? I think it's even more bent than it was before.
Oh man, my hair, head, my hair!
Look what you did, Nick. You spilled paint all over there.
I didn't do that.
Well, wasn't here last night. I wouldn't notice that color that outrageous. But this paint has already dried up. Well, then you should have cleaned it up before it dried, Nick.
Paint doesn't dry that fast. Besides, I told you it wasn't me. Looks like it's been several days since it was spilled. Hey, look at this.
What is it?
There's some kind of shape left in the bottom left side of the stain.
Huh? You're right. I wonder what it could be.
Gee, I wonder.
This statue of Miss Agani is so cool. I want a gold statue of myself. We could put it in the office.
Hey, it's Wright & Co. How about a gold statue of me?
Mr. Nick, I'm sorry, but I noticed something strange.
Huh? What is it, girls?
The statue of Miss Agani, was this where it was last night? Ah! I'm pretty sure it was closer to the door.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Great job, Pearly. I wouldn't expect anything less from my ace cousin.
So the statue was moved on the night of the crime. Face golden statue updated in the court record. This is the detective agency? Looks more like the set of some B-grade horror movie.
Hello? Is anybody here?
Looks like nobody's home.
Huh. What a waste of time. Hey, I know. Let's take that framed picture back with us as a memento.
Don't you dare, Maya. Guess we'll have to come back. Try back later.
Hey, Nick, what is that thing here?
It's called a gramophone. In the old days, people used them to listen to music.
You can't be serious. I think it's probably for purifying air or something. I'll bet you 50 cents. Come on, what do you say?
Forget it. You never pay up when you lose. What a creepy painting. It's like he's looking right at me.
Maybe we should put a big portrait of you up in the office, Nick. I can even paint it for you. Maybe you can pose while cleaning the toilet.
I think I'd prefer something a bit more dignified.
Whoa, it's a huge hearth.
That's a fireplace.
So, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick.
Right. Sorry. We've had that conversation before. That's one impressive bookshelf filled with some very impressive books.
My Life as an Ace Detective, unabridged edition, by Luke Atme, Ace Detective.
Hey, he's even got one of those ships in a bottle thingies.
Ah, would you look at that? There's a little Luke Atme doll at the helm. How cute.
There's a microscope here, too. I wonder if he was researching something. The glass slides have different names on them.
This one says Atme virus. This guy's just dying to make a name for himself, huh?
It's kind of irritating, actually. The desk is literally covered with all sorts of chemistry equipment.
Oh, I just love chemistry. Say, Nick, I bet you didn't know this, but water is made up of carbon and hydrogen.
No. Not carbon, oxygen. Oxygen and hydrogen.
Oh, well, there are always alternative theories, I guess.
Maya? Thank you for the hydrate. Yes, but Pearl is at least willing to admit when she doesn't know. I missed that last line. Oh well. Does the thief ever send these to the police?
No, always to the victims. Up until now, the victims have always come to us looking for help, though. That's not what happened this time, you mean? You got that right, pal. Listen up. You guys ever get one of these calling cards? I want you to come to us right away. Got me?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Nick, what's that big door over there?
It looks like it's the door to the actual storeroom. I can see a lot of big boxes and stuff back there.
I guess that's where they were keeping the secret urn.
Remember, Maya, Miss Andrews said we're not allowed in there. Refresh my memory just a little. What is this sacred urn?
It's only the most important treasure in Crane Village, that's all. Look, it's right here on this poster. Don't you remember what's inside? The urn contains a very important soul. Namely, the soul of the mystic Ami Faye, the founder of the Crane channeling technique. Right, Privet? Ah, yes, that's right. Hold on. I thought that urn had the name Ami written on it. Now it says I am. Any idea how that happened, Pearly? Huh? Well... There's some things better left unsolved, wouldn't you say, Nick?
That's right! 1 year ago, there was a murder in Crane Village, Maya's hometown. The secret urn, it turned out to be an important clue in that case.
Ah, it was terrible. I was arrested and everything.
1 year ago, the murder in Crane Village. A man was killed during one of Maya's spirit channelings, and this urn wound up being the key piece of evidence that proved her innocent.
Mr. Nick, would you mind not telling Miss Maya about that? You promised, remember? You said you wouldn't tell anyone that I broke the urn.
Oh yeah, that's right. Now I remember. This urn used to say Ami on it. Until Pearls accidentally broke it into a million pieces. She tried secretly to fix it. Or tried to secretly fix it. Let's just say it didn't work out so well.
Sorry, I'm not so good at arts and crafts spelling either.
Anyway, this is how her gluing project turned out. She put the pieces together wrong, and now instead of Ami, it says I am. I can't believe no one's noticed this until now, a whole year later.
I can't believe it myself. Hey Nick, your cell phone's ringing.
Hello, Phoenix Wright here. It's me, Gumshoe. Gumshoe, what is it? What's so funny?
I'll tell you what's funny, pal. I finally beat him. I beat Mr. Ace Detective. Finally. This underdog is the alpha dog today. That stuck-up detective's met his match. Yep. I finally caught him. Lock, stock, and barrel. There's no escape for him.
You caught him? Are you saying you captured Mask to Mask?
Bingo! Well, actually, he surrendered. But I still got him.
Mask to Mask surrendered.
That's great. So we can come in and pick up the secret urn?
Well, you see, I was gonna tell ya.
What? Something wrong?
Do you think you can swing by the detention center sometime?
The detention center?
He wants to talk to you. Mask to mask, that is.
What? He wants to talk to Nick?
I'll be waiting for you, pal. So, get over here soon.
The detention center, huh? Okay.
Hey, pal. Welcome to the detention center.
You're sure in a happy mood, aren't you?
Yep. After all, we got mask to mask.
Right, but, so where's the sacred urn?
Oh, sorry about that, pal. I guess I didn't really think about it before. But you're the victim in this case.
Huh?
Well, I guess I should let you guys hear the story straight from the horse's mouth.
You know he's right, Nick.
He is?
If you think about it real hard, we are the victims.
Well, I guess so. In a way.
So, I'm so used to thinking of the victim as a dead person because we're always on murder cases.
Excuse me?
But anyway, we have to get that secret urn back. Please, don't just ignore me. Who are you?
I'm Mask to Mask? Okay.
Hey, Nick, doesn't he look kind of, well, gangly? I'm
Ron Delight. The famous Mask to Mask. What's wrong with gangly, Maya? I don't think this guy could punch his way out of a wet paper bag. Somebody didn't read Clamp. There's a lot wrong with Clamp. this conversation earlier. So you're the masked guy? Yes, you bet. No, that's wrong. You see, it's complicated. Sort of yes, sort of no, if you know. What's wrong? Well, when I say wrong, what I mean to say is it's not right, per se. You see, it's not spelled mask to mask. It's actually masks hard mask. What's with this guy? Well, he's timid weakling. We know that much. Don't do that. Don't look at me like that. I don't need your pity. And a major crybaby, too. So, why did you give yourself up? Well, you see, it's because, well, I know why. It's because you stole a bunch of, stole such a precious treasure. I know you're overwhelmed with guilt. Am I right? Precious treasure. A broken old urn? I have a little favor to ask. Yes, what is it? Could you go and talk to Desi? Desi? Oh, we really want to earn, so where is it? I'm sorry, I'll give it back. I really will. Maybe not. No, I can't make promises I can't keep. I'll just end up hurting people. Mr. Nick? I didn't hear what he said, just said, especially that last part. Mr. Damask, do you think you could speak up a little? Yes, sir. I will. I promise. Maybe not. You see, I'm already speaking in my normal voice, so I really can't do anything. Mr. Damask, about the urn? Oh, yes, the urn. Right away. Actually, no. I wouldn't mind telling you, but actually, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me anyway. Enough already. Just tell it to us straight. Please. Please, don't yell at me. I'm sorry. That urn, I lost it. What? 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 Lost it? What did you say? Did you say you lost it? Yes, no, maybe so? I mean, yes. Yes, I lost it. This guy. Well, what do you mean? Well, you know, I lost it like I said. These things just happen. You're on the train and you get distracted and you forget your bag, you know. What? So you forgot our sacred urn on the train? Wait a minute, you went on the train just like that? No, I was just speaking hypothetically. That's all. Anyway, I'm sorry. I just lost it somewhere. I don't know where. This guy's story is more surreal than a Dali painting. Are you really sure this creep is mask to mask? I don't call him a creep. Although I do have to admit I understand your doubts about this guy. So who's this Desi person? Please don't talk about my wife like that. I guess she must be his wife. I'm sorry, the truth is, it was my wife that told me to have you all come here. Do you think you could go and visit her at my hideout? Hideout? Mr. Nick, what does he mean, my hideout? Oh, sorry. Actually, I meant to say my secret base. Secret base? Oh, my apartment, actually. Palazzo Pepe, 3rd floor. Let's go have a look, Nick. To Mask's hideout. Something tells me she just likes the sound of the word hideout. Okay, off we go. Into the wild blue yonder, lost again, son of a bitch. October 12th, Mask to Mask's hideout. Wow, check this place out. No doubt about it, this is Mask to Mask's hideout, alright. Who is it? Is that you, Ronnie? Huh? Who are you people? Are you Desi Delight? That's right, I'm Desiree. Ah! Oh, you must be the lawyer and the victim. Yeah, that's us. Your husband told us to stop by and speak with you. I'm Maya Fay, and this is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Nicky Boy and Maya, huh? I can't tell you how grateful I am that you decided to help my Ronnie. Well, you're welcome. Did she really call me Nicky Boy? Are you gonna complain? About your husband. Isn't he the cutest? A bit weak sometimes, though. A bit? By the way, did you know they mentioned Maya on TV? Huh? Really? They said you own the area and that you're doing some shady training at the law office now. Remind me not to watch that channel's news program. After I saw that, I thought it might be a good idea to meet the lawyer they mentioned. I see. My Ronnie, he has a powerful imagination and gets deluded easily. He kept insisting he was going to surrender to the police. I didn't know what to do. It was me. I stole that urn. He kept saying, as if it was even possible. Huh? But, are you saying he didn't? Of course he did. Why would my Ronnie ever do something like that? Well, you know, it's a priceless treasure, and he's, you know. Is it possible his own wife doesn't know his secret identity? Me? I'm the kind of woman that needs excitement in her life. Oh, excitement, huh? Yes, I'm at my happiest when I'm racing along with my bike, going at full throttle. Riding a motorcycle is like putting your life on the line, you know what I mean? Well, I think that depends on how you ride it. I'm the type that can't stand living a boring, dreary old life with no action. No offense, but your husband, Ron, doesn't exactly look like the risk-taking type himself. You're right about that. He's definitely not one for thrills and danger. But I do have to say that he makes up for it in other ways. Other ways? Yes, money. Ronnie is incredibly rich and super generous. He bought me a bike that's so fast it would make your head spin. And shopping? I like to shop so much it makes Ron's head spin. The other day, it actually happened. His head actually started to spin. Man, talk about high-maintenance wife. So, where does Mr. Delight get all his money from? Ronnie is a security guard. They put their lives on the line, right? So they get paid tons of money in return. Tons of it. He's a security guard? I think it's my turn for my head to spin. Can you tell us about what happened last night? What time did that incident take place again? What time was it again, Maya? Well, according to Detective Gumshoe, it was around 1:30 in the morning. Last night was horrible. I got pulled over. Pulled over? Yes, I always do my best flying at night. flying? You're talking about your motorcycle, right?
Yes. Anyway, last night I got pulled over by a policeman. I can't believe he caught up to me. It was a great chase, let me tell you. When he finally caught me, poor man was white as a sheet. It was about 3 in the morning when I finally got home.
Sounds like she's got an airtight alibi.
Well, what about Mr. Delight? I don't really know. We weren't together at that time of night. But when I got home, he was already fast asleep.
So basically, he's got no alibi.
It's mask to mask.
There's a tape recorder hanging from a sec.
Let me see that.
I'll be taking this crown now. Better luck next time, gentlemen.
I don't get it. What's this supposed to be, Nick?
It's a bunch of cheap costume pieces arranged inside a nice frame.
Look, Nick, it's a fake beard.
There's also a mask made out of cardboard.
Here, Nick, try on this fake beard. Come on, try it on.
Hey, cut it out.
Now put on the mask. It's Phoenix the Mask. Let's borrow it for a while.
No way, I'm not stealing from a thief. I have enough bad karma as it is.
Nick, it's a torpedo.
It's hard to believe, but it sure looks real.
Where could he have picked up something like this?
Please don't say that torpedoes are things people just leave lying around. There are a bunch of books on here. They're all romantic sounding novels about famous heists and fantastic thieves.
Wow, look at all the bookmarks and notes stuck in them.
Let's see. Note, you must remember this thief's way of laughing. Very useful. A calling card is an important part of any good thief's modus operandi. Wow, Ron really studied his stuff. There's a whole bunch of stuff piled up here.
That can cover as a missile. Did you know that there's dynamite in missiles?
But they're not heavy enough to be real. Oh wait, they're just really well-made toys.
What are these rolls of paper stuck in the trash can? Theft of the Mazarin Stone. Great albatross strategy. Theft of the immortal goddess statue. Great knuckle bomber strategy.
Did the police even investigate this place?
Hey Nick, look on top of the chair.
Looks like an envelope and a letter.
Oh, don't just stand there. Come on, let's read it.
Maya, you know we shouldn't do that.
What are you talking about? That letter could be an important clue.
No way, you can't just go reading a private letter because you feel like it.
It's not just because I feel like it. It really could be important.
If I was sure it was a clue, I guess I wouldn't mind.
Oh, that's so cute. It's called a hot air balloon, you know.
Wow, there's no fooling you.
I want to make my own balloon now. I'll even let you write in it, Nick.
That emblem on the balloon is supposed to be top secret. That's proof enough that Ron Delight really is Mask the Mask. I'd better not tell Maya. She gets kinda scary when it comes to celebrities. Maya is a collector of secrets and personal details. Okay, the toilet is shinier than the judge's head, so let's see what's next.
What's wrong with you, Nick?
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I... Mr. Nick, Your beloved Mystic Maya's treasure has been stolen. Does that even bother you?
But I thought the urn was the village's treasure, so I don't see how.
The village is Mystic Maya. She's the future master of the Korean School of Channeling. You know what I'm talking about, Mr. Nick. I won't let you say you don't.
Okay, I do. So what am I supposed to do about it?
Isn't it obvious? Go find the bad guy. Who did this?
I'm really sorry I caused so much trouble.
If you're so sorry, then you shouldn't have stolen it in the first place.
But the only thing I did wrong was lose it. That's alright. I was wrong either way. I'm sure the owners of the other treasures feel the same.
He sure seems sorry. Who would have imagined that such a famous thief would have such a pure heart?
No, that's a mask-to-mask calling card. Pretty nice looking, huh?
He looks so happy.
I'm not very good at writing, you see. So I bought a book called How to Write Business Letters and Studied hard. Well, I guess you could call thievery a type of business.
Ooh, that's so mysterious looking. I love old stuff like this. Really? That's one of our most treasured possessions.
Damn it. Maya looks so happy she lit up like a 1,000-watt bulb.
Terrific. You can count on Ronnie and me to be there. Sounds like fun. Huh? Oh, yeah.
Oops. Looks like that light bulb was starting to flicker. So what do you know about this?
Oh, you can't show her that, Nick. That emblem is top secret, don't you remember?
Oh, oops, sorry. But the way she said top secret was a worse giveaway than what I did.
Oh, when I hear the words top secret, it just piques my interest like nothing else.
Wait, I know those. This thing looks vaguely familiar.
Oh, I know, it's a fishbowl and an upside down, an upside down one anyway.
I think it's a helmet, an alien helmet.
And that looks like a tape recorder or something next to it.
I think it's a transceiver, an alien transceiver.
Nick, do you think maybe you could act like a grown-up for a little bit?
Being lectured by Maya to be more of an adult. That's a new low. Miss Delight, you must know, right? About your husband and Mask to Mask?
Mask to Mask? Of course, I know all about it. My husband is his biggest fan.
Yep, what? Huh? But biggest fan?
Yes, and Ronnie can be delusional, can be pretty delusional sometimes. That's how this whole misunderstanding happened.
Wait a minute. Did you say delusional?
Yes, that's right. I just don't know what I'm going to do with him. You see, Ronnie actually believes that he is Mask to Mask. What? What are you talking about?
So, when did Ron first become Mask to Mask?
What are you talking about? He's not Mask to Mask.
Huh? What? But, wait a second. Look around at this room. This place is obviously Mask to Mask's hideout.
No, you're totally wrong. A real thief's hideout wouldn't look like this. It's because Ronnie is so timid himself that he looks up to heroic figures.
Heroic figures? But Mask to Mask is a bad guy. So he's deluded, huh? Could that really be true?
Anyway, if he really had stolen the urn, wouldn't he still have it?
Well, I suppose so.
Then why don't you ask him if he has the urn or not?
She has a point. Mr. Delight isn't exactly the criminal type. But something about Ron's behavior bothers me.
Maybe it's true.
Maybe Mr. Delight isn't Mask to Mask after all.
Say, can I ask you something, Nicky boy?
What is it?
I know I may seem like a bad girl on the outside, but the one thing I won't stand for is illegal activity.
I had a feeling you wouldn't. You're tough, but I can tell you've got a good heart.
Somebody framed my poor Ronnie. I just know it. Could you give this to Ronnie for me?
A letter?
Yes, for Ronnie. I want him to fight back.
Miss Delight. Okay, you've got it. Just relax and leave it all to us.
Oh, that's right. Here, this is from your wife.
Oh, from Desi? Thank you.
Letter given to Mask to Mask. Actually, more like taken.
My dear Ronnie, how are you? I'm doing fine.
He's clutching that onto that letter so hard the ink is going to be squeezed out.
He looks so happy. You should write a letter to Mystic Maya too, Mr. Nick.
Mr. Lawyer? Yes?
In the letter Desi wrote, she said, ask this guy to be your lawyer.
I know this would be asking a lot, but could you please take my case? My trial starts tomorrow.
Hey, hang on a second. He can't be your lawyer?
Why not?
What do you mean, why not? We're the victims in this case, right? Victims of this mask guy.
Well, yeah, but according to Desiree, he didn't do it.
She said, poor man, he's deluded himself into thinking he did it. Right, Mr. Nick? Come on, she could be lying to protect her husband.
Well, that's true. No, actually not. Actually, it's hard to say. Oh no, it's spreading.
Oh, please. I'll give you the treasure of your choice in return.
What should I do?
Well, Mr. Delight,
I've decided to give it a try. I'll defend you.
Really? You will? Hey, what are you doing, Nick? He's a thief. You can't trust him.
Well, he may be a thief, but I think there's more to this case than meets the eye.
Mr. Nick, I was wrong about you. I shouldn't have trusted you.
Pearls?
I can't believe you defended this person after what he did to Mystic Maya. I'll never forgive you. Ever.
Well, we made another kid cry.
Pearly, wait.
This is going to be ugly.
I'll go after her.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Well, you couldn't have known she'd react like that.
I guess I might as well start investigating. Oh, Maya, where's Pearls?
She said she's going back to the office. Go check in on her later, would you?
And what about you? Are you okay with me taking Mr. Delight's case?
Yeah, I'm fine, Nick. I believe in you.
I think I'm gonna cry. I know you have a lot of work to do. I really appreciate it.
Okay, Nick, let's get this show on the road. Ah, Mr. Nick, welcome back.
Oh, hey Pearls. You're back too, I see.
I went and bought a strawberry cake. I'll go make some tea to go with it.
Hey, Pearls.
Looks like she feels really bad about what happened at the detention center.
Okay, we literally just saw this. I'm not rereading it.
Miss Maya, tea's ready. Oh, thanks. Come on, Mr. Nick, please have some of this cake.
Yeah, thanks. Pearls?
Oh, excuse me, I was in the middle of cleaning the toilet.
Hey, it's okay. I just cleaned it this morning.
Too late.
This might be a good time for me to ask about her. I first met Pearls a year ago. It was when that murder happened at Crane Village. I still remember what she said to me when we first met.
You're Mr. Nick, right? You're Mystic Maya's special someone.
Hey Maya, I've always thought it was because she was young, but
what?
Pearls, I think she's got the wrong idea about you and me.
Huh? There's something you need to understand.
What is it?
It's kind of like a Korean village custom, sort of.
Pearls seems to love you a lot.
Well, it's because I'm her only cousin, and, well, because of the murder case last year, Pearlie's mother is...
Oh, yeah. I remember now. Nick, how have you not thought about that at all in the whole last game? Pearl's mother, Morgan Fay, she's serving a prison term in isolation right now.
So you see, I'm the only family Pearlie has right now. But it's the same for me, too.
Maya.
My mother's gone, too. There are hardly any men in Crane Village.
Phoenix seems to have zero family. I think he just assumes everybody has zero family once they hit a certain age. Now that you mention it, I never actually saw any men there when I visited.
I'm pretty sure I told you a long time ago how spiritual powers run very strong in the Fay family.
Yeah, you did, and that's why you're undergoing training to be a spirit medium, right?
Yeah, the thing is, only women can actually inherit the spiritual power. That's why a whole culture in Korean village kind of revolves around its women.
Well, that's understandable. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but because of that, there tends to be a lot of unsuccessful marriages.
Oh?
Well, men start to feel left out after a while. Then they just start leaving. Especially if the man has a daughter.
Are you saying that Pearl's father...
He's gone. He left the village when she was very young.
Boy, that's tough.
Yeah, and she grew up seeing nothing but unhappy marriages all around her. That's why she's so sensitive to things like that.
So your mother's still missing.
Yeah, no one has any idea where she is.
Maya's mother, Misty Faye, the current master of Korean channeling technique. She disappeared 17 years ago after getting involved with a certain police case. But you're sure she's still alive, right?
Yeah, I know she is. It's sort of a spirit medium thing.
And if your mother doesn't come back, then what?
Then, according to the laws of the village, I'll become the next master.
Mystic Maya, the master of the Korean technique. Sounds like a heavy responsibility.
Yeah, but there's no one else with the blood of the Faye main family who's a spirit medium. Well, Nick, why don't we go out and start investigating? We're not going to learn anything just sitting around the office.
Yeah, I know, but first I want to talk to Pearls.
Mr. Nick?
Yeah?
I acted like a baby.
Pearls?
I doubted you, even though Mystic Maya trusted you completely. I guess I still have a lot of training to do. Mr. Nick.
Yes?
From the bottom of my heart, I apologize for what I said.
Oh, it's okay. I'm the one that should be apologizing.
Well, now I'm going out for a little bit.
Huh? Well, where are you going?
I may be small, but I still have a lot of spirit channeling power. I'm going to show you I can be useful too, by finding some evidence.
Hey, wait. She sure runs fast.
Nick, let's back off and give her some room, okay?
Shivving people is not how you get evidence. Are you sure? Are you really sure? I feel like it's a valid strategy. At the very least, it's a quick way to get some DNA evidence. Yeah.
Maya. Oh, Miss Andrews. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. Your precious urn. Your precious urn.
Please, calm down. What's wrong?
It never ends. Everything I touch ends in failure. Maya, I'm sorry. I'll do anything to make it up to you. No, it's okay. I know I don't look it, but I'm good with my hands. I can make you another urn.
That's okay, go with Francisca. She's already a failure.
Hold on, just wait, okay? Breathe, calm down, and talk to us. Forgive me.
So when did you get the calling card for a Mask to Mask?
Let's see, exactly 10 days ago. I was going to show it to the police, but that detective stopped me. So you asked Detective Abney to help with security? Yes, in fact, it was about 20 days ago that I hired him. He seemed to know much more about Mask to Mask than the police.
So you hired him for security before the calling card arrived?
Well, yes, I had a premonition about that something bad might happen. I've learned to trust my hunches.
So that's why there are security cameras, even in the basement warehouse?
Yes, Lord Taylor is very serious about their security measures. It was their way of saying, bring it on to any potential thieves.
Well, he sure brought it last night, and even left with a nice souvenir. gonna step away for a bit. Please don't burn the chat down.
Can you tell us a bit about the security for the treasure exhibit? It was all my fault. I never should have called the paltry little collection a treasure exhibit anyway.
Why do you say that? The urn was stolen because the urn that was stolen is a pretty important object.
Maybe, but its actual value after appraisal was practically zero. Zero? I polished it until it was just about glowing. I thought maybe I could make it look more valuable. But that urn contains the soul of Misagami. Anyway, I left the security arrangements to Detective Atney. But 5 days ago, I began receiving all sorts of other exhibit items for Crane. Lots of people started going in and out of the warehouse down there. So, maybe one of them was actually masked to mask in disguise. No, I personally checked out everyone that came through here, so that's not possible.
Knowing Adrian, she probably even checked out what they ate for breakfast that morning. Miss Andrews?
I know, it's all my fault. But what's done is done. I'll make up for it by making a new urn for you.
I'm just wasting my time. She's too far gone.
Hello?
Well, how lovely it is to see you again, my dear. Welcome to my abode. Relax and soak up the atmosphere. Actually, we're kind of... Shh, silence. Precisely as I expected.
Well, what is it?
Zvari. The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. A lawyer and a spirit medium. Am I correct?
I think we've already been through this.
Ha! So my estimation was correct. Zvari. How truly elegant. Now then, what can I do for you? You mentioned before that you were on guard duty all alone last night. Precisely, this is my 5th encounter with my archenemy. I refuse to allow anyone to interfere with the rightful pursuit of my prey.
I heard you've been after Mask to Mask since his very first theft.
Yes, my dear, I see you've done your homework. In his very first heist, that vile thief pilfered the famous jewel, the Tear of Emanon. I first encountered him at the museum's secret hall, the crime scene itself.
So, that's why you were hired as security for the treasure exhibit?
I'm pretty sure he said that Adrian Andrews hired him. Yes, I borrowed some equipment from Lordly Taylor and set the perfect trap. You must mean the security camera.
But I thought you were watching the area yourself, too. So how did Mask to Mask manage to steal the urn?
That's the million-dollar question. What is Mask to Mask's modus operandi?
Mr. Abby, did you know about the sacred urn?
I'm interested in only one thing, my dear, and that is Mask to Mask. Sacred Urn has nothing to do with this case. But wasn't that what Mask to Mask stole this time? I am a hunter, sir. The urn was nothing more than a lure to catch my prey. Do you yourselves remember the shape of the individual peanuts you throw to pigeons?
I don't think I like this guy's attitude, Nick. Well, anyway, it looks like he doesn't know about the urn.
There's something that's kind of bothering me.
Please, my dear, ask me anything you like. After all, we are all but seekers, wandering alone in the dark.
Well, I was wondering how Mask the Mask managed to steal the urn. I mean, isn't it strange that you don't seem to know?
Yeah, now that you mention it, it is strange. After all, you were on guard that night at the scene of the crime. Unless you were sound asleep, you should have at least seen Mask to Mask. What the? It's a Cyclock.
Cyclock? Hey, Nick, what's this Cyclock thing?
Well, your Magatama lets me see when people are keeping secrets. By breaking their mental locks, I can find out what those secrets are.
What? Miss Magatama has that kind of power?
Maya, you're the one who gave me this Magatama last year.
Oh, it's true this Magatama is a prized family, Fae family heirloom, but Pearly was the one that actually imbued it with spiritual powers, right? That's why we don't really know much about what it can do.
This is the woman that's going to take over the Korean channeling school someday? Hey Emil, how's it going? I think Salix is away, so let me give you the shout out myself. Let's hope I have water.
Oh my god! Thank you, D. He fucked me and then saved me at the same in the same breath. Don't touch me. Don't you fucking touch me.
No, don't touch me there. That is my notice where.
I'm in fourth and I have two hungry whores on my ass.
How you been, man? Yeah, let me also go take care of something real quick for water. Here we go.
So how do you do it? How do you break the Cyclock thing?
Well, you present the Magatama to the person with the secret.
Cool. I can't wait to see it in action. Come on, try it out.
Oh boy, I think the future master still needs to learn how to be patient. Okay, let's save. Present. Take that! Mask the Mask's MO. Detective Atney, you were standing guard at the scene of the crime. There's no way you didn't see Mask the Mask commit the crime. Well, now I can hardly see why you're so positive about that. Yes, indeed, I was guarding the warehouse, that much is true, but I can tell you for certain that not a single person passed through that door. I'm not sure why, but this Atney guy is lying through his teeth. I know. I'll show him some proof. Take that!
There was a security camera set up at the scene of the crime. It should have automatically taken a photo of anyone that went through that door. Precisely. I hope you don't mind, but we've already gotten our hands on the camera data. As you can see, the camera went off exactly once last night. What? Oh, but my monocle didn't catch anyone in its flash. It must be some kind of computer malfunction. It must be. Maybe it was your monocle that malfunctioned. What? Are you saying that I didn't do my duty properly? Detective Atney, you must have seen the thief last night. The question is, why are you trying to hide it? If he's hiding it, there must be some reason. A reason he desperately wants to keep hidden. I've got just a piece of evidence that should prove it. Okay, let's suppose you didn't manage to see the mask-to-mask. In that case, the reason you didn't at the time was because you were... I'm afraid that making a guess is not enough. Time to put your money where your mouth is. Show me your evidence.
Take that!
Detective Atney, you were knocked unconscious by the thief, weren't you? Ha ha ha. Surely you must be joking. You think that I, Luke Atney, could be knocked unconscious so easily? This sword proves it. That's... Before the theft, this sword was in the hand of the statue of Ami Payne. Furthermore, at that time, it was not bent. There's only one explanation. You were struck on the head, knocked unconscious by the sword. Well, detective, how about it? I'm impressed. You truly are a nice attorney. M.O. time. I can't deny that there may be a small hint of truth in what you say. So when you were knocked out, when the thief first clobbered you? Clobber. What an ugly way of saying it. But I suppose you could put it that way. The coward struck me at the precise moment that I turned to look at the computer. So you never noticed that the thief had entered the warehouse?
Alright, everyone not dead, sound off.
Loopy! Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How's everyone doing? My mods are currently away, so I need to get some shoutouts done myself. Welcome in, Kui. Welcome in, Saito. How are you two doing? How was stream, Loopy? And welcome back, Jude.
You go with sausages. I love sausage.
I know, but I don't have any of my mods here, so I have to do it. Let's see. Stream is good. Tales puzzles are damn slog, but the story's great. Fair assessment. And Redacted, the butthead, is finally back.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Oh, hey! I just saw that clip on Twitch. Or on Twitter.
Excuse you! I was already...
Jesus.
I was not ready for that!
The jump scare.
Yay.
I know! Oh my god!
The jump scare.
Oh!
That's so great.
Gucci Gucci! The audacity! The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch!
The Lion, the Witch,
I
and the
wasn't
audacity. Redacted. I'm trying to... Right. I'm trying to remember. Because I think we have differing opinions on swordsman. We're back at the Azalea Ranch. Nice. Angel of my dreams. Yeah, let me get the game back up. But yeah, at least you had Saito there to help you through it, because I'm not much help. Oh, she was having some self-care. Just got on because you're feeling better. I remember. Okay, yeah. Because you posted something in your Discord. Struggle bust all alone, but you did the damn JRPG thing. You did it, Loopy. You did it. Oi, Saito, don't apologize for having to take care of yourself. He learned to save the hard. Oh no. Self-care is more important than babysitting. Come on. No floor cookies. Oh boy. Miss Loopy babysitting the shadow babies. Oh god. Oh, go full profanity. We're a mature stream here. Every game is like, I swear every game somebody is like, I hate that part. So what fucking part do you like in this game? The story and the music. To make it more bearable, I gave the Shadow Babies names, and yes, one of them was me, and I was constantly hanging behind. I was trying to protect you from the fight there. Shithead dumbass. So anyway, no, the coward must have wormed his way through somewhere besides the door. Perhaps the air ducts or the sewer pipes. Then my arch nemesis struck me on the head from behind with this gruesome item here. Ouch! Mr. Acme should have his poor head examined. Goopy boys. Shithead, dumbass, bitch face, him, and derp-a-derp. You can say that again. How could he have underestimated the thief that badly? Alright, raid and run. Fair tomorrow. Ah. Red fair? Anyway, have a good one, Loopy. Thanks for coming by, bringing your community in. It's always good to see you guys. And if anyone else needs to do like Loopy needs to do, make sure to take care of yourselves. Hop off, get some rest. Get up, stretch. Get some water. Get some food if you need it. Shichishido updated in the court record. Well, looks like we got one thing cleared up anyway. Huh? What? That Atme is the greatest ace detective in the world? Rest for you. Just wanted to stop by and say hello. Alright. Yeah, from what you were describing, you probably need it. Take care of yourself. Let us know if anything else happens, okay? And yes, Atme needs to be punched. He's so pompous. No, that he never actually saw the thief. Oh, that's right. So the thief may not even be Mask to Mask. Just one moment, sir, lawyer. The thief was unquestionably Mask to Mask. But you never actually saw him. Perhaps so, but I installed the security camera for just such a contingency. Oh. Last night, the camera went off exactly once. Behold, this is a photo of the dastardly thief taken by the security camera. That's him. That's Mask to Mask. The thief can be none other than the arch-criminal Mask to Mask. After all, he has a very good reason for committing such brazen crimes. What are you talking about? So, what do you mean by he had a very good reason? Exactly that. Mr. Delight had a very good reason to dress up and commit those crimes. There should even be a green envelope somewhere in his room. You'll need to go and investigate. But how would you know that? Have you forgotten? You're speaking to the finest ace detective that has ever walked on the face of the earth. The most brilliant mind since, well, ever. Look at me. Well, I guess we better go take a look just in case. Hello, lady. We're gonna be prying into personal information. Hey, Nick, remember what Detective Atme said? Yes, we literally just heard it. A green envelope, huh? Looks like this is it. Okay, let's have a look. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB Security at 1 a.m. on October 12th and bring 50,000. 50,000? This is a blackmail letter. It sure looks like a major clue, all right. Blackmail letter added to the court record. Oh, someone's at the door. Thank you for the posture check. Someone's at the door. I'll be right back. Won't take but a second, I promise. Oh, thank you for coming. That's so nice of you. When I see a damsel in distress, I just can't help myself. Please, come on in. I'll make some coffee. Really? Okay, I guess I'll make myself at home, pretty lady. Wait a minute. I know that voice. Oh, Nicky boy. I'm sorry, but I've got another guest. Ah! You're... Nick, it's you, and Maya too. What a fluke. Ah, Larry. Ah, Larry. Long time no see. What? You know each other? Nicky boy? Nick. Do you and this girl have, you know, something going on? Something. Hey, I underestimated you, Nick. A gorgeous lady like this? And married too. Way to go, dude. I knew it. Just when things can't get any worse, it's time to cue in the Butts. Larry Butts. Ever since grade school, he's been not exactly a close friend, but yeah, we know each other. Hey man, that wasn't nice. That was your very first client. We've got quite the storied history, he and I. And what we used to say still rings true. When something smells, it's usually the Butts. Hey, come on now, you're embarrassing me. And in front of this pretty little thing here. So you two are old childhood friends, I see. That's so sweet. You two go ahead and catch up on old times. I'm going to go check on my bike. Nice girl, that Desi. So, how have you been, Dick? Too busy if you really want to know. So what have you been up to this whole time? It's been 2 years since I heard from you. And what's with those clothes? You look, well, weird. Hey man, that's uncalled for. This is my uniform. It's for my part-time job. I can't believe it's been 2 years. They say time flies when you're having fun. Huh? What's wrong? Nick, I gotta tell you. Women, I just don't trust them anymore. You got dumped again? Well, you know Benifer? I followed her all the way to Japan 2 years ago. You missed a loopy raid. It's the butts! I did all the shoutouts though, so we're fine. I need to remember. I need to check on something after stream. There are a fair few people who I know who probably stream that I just keep forgetting they do. That's where I met the famous Caddy Tom, and my whole life changed. Benifer? Caddy Tom? Never heard of either of them. Anyway, dude, Caddy Tom chose Hollywood over me. Can you believe it? Well, actually... Anyway, sounds like you had quite the adventure. Women, they're so... Ah! Oh, but... You're different, Maya. You're not like the rest. Looks like he's still the same old Larry. So what are you doing here anyway? Huh? What do you mean by that? I'm just a natural-born nice guy, that's all. Well, actually, I picked up this up last night while I was working. A wallet? You say you found this last night? Yeah, it had driver's license on it, so I figured I'd return it myself. God's wallet added to the record. Hang on, let me see that for a moment. I knew it. There's his pictures. Yeah, I guess he really digs his wife, huh? Hey, Nick. It's not what you're thinking at all. No, I'm pretty sure it is. You haven't changed a bit. No way, man. I mean, she's a married woman. That's just bad news. He really is here just to check out Miss Delight. So it's your... you said you found it at your job, right? Yeah, I'm working for a private security company as a guard. Chicks just love a guy in uniform, you know? Security guard, huh? So that's what the uniform is about. So what time was it when you found this last night? Huh? Why are you asking about that? Trying to see if I've got an alibi? You're not the one on the hook for a crime this time, buddy. I guess it was around 1 in the morning on the first floor of our company building. What was Mr. Delight's wallet doing there? Anyway, there's nothing weird about that. After all, he works there. He works there? You mean Mr. Delight? Sure, here, take a look at this. It's right here in his wallet. What's this card? It's a key card for the security company. See? It's got a serial number on it right there. No, there's no mistake about it. You said you're working part-time at a security company, right? That's right. But why are you making that scary face? Security company, huh? There's something not quite secure about Larry working there. I need to find out as much as I can about this key card. Key card added to the court record. So you're sure about this key card? Yep, that's the key card we use at the building I work in. According to the serial number, this one is for the CEO's office. You needed to get into that room, and every time you use that card, it leaves a record.
You lose a record?
Yeah, it tells you exactly who entered the room and when. Larry, I need that data. Whoa, slow down, man. Sorry, but that data is off limits to outsiders. If I lost this job, I'd never have a chance with Desi. It's times like these when I wish lawyers weren't so powerless. You didn't touch anything in the wallet, did you? Hey man, be serious. You know what I was interested in. If Mask the Mask doesn't look out, he's gonna be the victim of a robbery himself. Boy. Larry, what about this person? Beats me. What the? All of a sudden he's got nothing to say? That Desi is one awesome lady, alright. It's been a long time since I felt this way. I think I'm really in love with Sam.
A long time, huh?
Yeah, well, except for what I feel for you, Maya. I don't think even he knows what he's saying anymore. What am I doing? So Ron received a blackmail letter, huh? Do you think Miss Delight knows about this? Do you think Miss Delight knows about this? Well, if she did, I don't think she would have been smiling like that. I wonder if we should tell her about it. I think it'd be smarter if we didn't. Hey, I remember her. That's Maya's big sister. Wow, you really do remember. Yeah, who could forget a couple of gorgeous sisters? Hubba hubba. You hear that, Nick? Gorgeous. Oh yeah, that's right. When I defended Larry, Mia was still alive. Whoa, who is this? Come on, man, don't hold out on me. Forget about it, it's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to. Hey now, I thought we were pals. I got a major thing for girls with black sleeveless shirts and glasses. How do you know that? And if they have an orange-colored memo pad, I really lose my cool. He has to be making that up. He can't really know Adrian, can he? I'm not sure what to do at this point. It's almost time to call it for stream anyway, so I might just call it here. Come back at this with a fresh mind to, next week. Smack Larry? I mean, we could. So we're gonna save here. Really? That's the joke you're going with? Alright. See. So. Let me just figure out who we are rating. Okay. I know who we're rating. There we go. Since it's been a while since we've been able to rate him. And he's playing one of my favorite games. FF5's MC default name was originally Butts, but it was changed to Bart's in the US. Yeah, that makes sense. But Emil, if you're lurking, I'm not apologizing for what we're about to do. We're going over to that Emil, friend that I've met through Jack. Yeah. We have raid messages. And yeah, so tomorrow I think I'm gonna try and finish up Hades. I'm pretty sure I'm super close to it. I just have to finish up the relationships with some of the gods, and we'll be set. So look forward to that tomorrow, guys. Thank you to Loopy for the raid. Always good to see him come around. Have a good night, everyone. Take care of yourselves. Remember, be excellent to each other.